Yo, yo, yo. All right, y'all. So we live, we live. Before we get into it, I'm gonna have to make sure everything's good because I know my YouTube might not. It might have made like a whole different stream for some reason. Cause like when I go live, it acts weird. So I might have to make a whole new. And I'll give people time to come into the stream. So yeah, man. So y'all could kind of chat amongst yourself. Don't mind me. Yeah. Was appreciate it. I had to chop the mop off. Chop the mop. It's getting a little out of hand. You know, I was growing it for the winter, but now it's getting hot, so I was like, it's time to make a change like Michael Jackson, you know. Pre Amazon Lily. Dang. Blackbeard though. I look like who? Axham Morgan. Dang. A, a dapper guy. a dapper fella. Okay, I think we good on. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Don't get me wrong. I will take it. All right. Hold on. Cause ELIDZ, you say you wanted the link to the stream, the YouTube link. All right, I'm gonna give it to you right now. Yeah, I think I pretty much got it. I'm gonna drop it in the stream chat for you. I just did, or for anybody else that might want it. All right, so I had to situate the YouTube stream because I had like two different streams. I had the stream that I set up, and then when I went live, it created a whole new stream. So I had to pretty much change. Like it didn't have none of the correct information, so I had to change everything. But yeah, man, I think think we good. Hold on, let me see. I ain't gonna be able to see YouTube chat, so I'm gonna have to put that on my phone. Sorry, y'all. We about to start in 1 second. Just want to pull up my chat so I can see what you guys saying on YouTube. So we got the whole gang in. One Piece. All right, y'all. So welcome. Am I gonna be the only one on Cam? It's whatever. I don't mind. I'm the host, so I don't mind it. I don't mind it. That's fine. I'm not going to force anybody. I know Adam. So all right, y'all. Welcome to Cross Guild Connections 3. It's been a rocky road, rocky week. Just preparing for the stream. So y'all gonna have to work with us, right? Y'all gonna have to work with us. So yeah, let me introduce my guests. I think we still waiting on Parvision. We got Parvision showing up. He might be a little late, but So I guess I'm gonna kind of go from how I see people on the camera. I guess we got Adam to my left. I guess y'all, yeah, left. Then we got Strawhatlucas. Strawhatlucas. Hey, welcome, Strawhatlucas. I think this is first stream. And then next we got Ragnar. Oh yeah. What am I doing? Adam, do you want to plug yourself? What do you do? Who are you? You know what I'm saying? Thank you. If you want to plug your link in the chat on or YouTube or Twitch, whichever one. They can't hear. Oh, okay. Okay. I see what's going on. My bad. That's on me. All right, Adam, you're gonna have to speak again. I know what happened. I'm sorry. That's on me. That's my mess up.
That's all right.
My bad.
My name is JinRakai. I make One Piece and Berserk themed YouTube channels and videos and stuff like that. I also draw my own manga called The Shonen Beat, available on my Patreon for free. And I forget I had a great introduction that we all missed, but that's totally okay. I don't remember any of it. So thank you so much for having us, Blumph, and please like and share in this stream and subscribe to Blumph's channel. He's got some great reaction videos, and pretty much everyone here has some great stuff to check out. So I'm very happy to be included. Thank you.
All right, so can everybody hear now? Are we good now? If I get like a 1 in the chat, let me know I'm good. 2,
one,
if it's still bad.
one.
Yeah. And Adam also does help a lot. He helps out with these cross guild connection streams. Him and Den Kushi, who couldn't make it today, but that's why we got his substitute today. But yeah, shout out to Adam as well, because he does help. He does the artwork, so yeah.
Thank you.
Great artwork. Love the May the 4th be with you thing. Next to my right, yeah, we're gonna go with my right. We got Strawhatlucas. If you wanna introduce yourself,
yes, sir.
Give any plugs.
I am Strawhatlucas. I'm fairly new to the One Piece community, the content creation community. I make TikToks mainly, but I also got some content coming out on the Last Arc YouTube channel, which everyone should be subscribing to. Also, be subscribing to Mr. Blumph up here. Thank you for hosting the stream today, my man.
Thank you. All right, so then we're gonna go down to my left, but downward. Ragnar, What is up, Ragnar?
Yeah. What's up, brother Blum?
Yeah.
What's good, chat? We out here. I am the usual Discord Dimension and Traveler. I've been on a lot of these streams, so y'all probably know me. So yeah, that's about it.
All right. So yeah, shout out to Ragnar. He's in a lot of my discussions. Great discussions, y'all know, great discussions. And then right below me, we got ELIDZ in the building. Now
Hey,
things
what's up?
changed up.
Yeah.
Now
I
he's
will
on
be
my
here
right.
just to say my intro. I will be back later on around 5 p.m. EST. But I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that's here now. Don't forget to like the stream. Thank you to everyone I'm about to discuss with today. And yeah, just make general theory and just analysis. Just I think outside of the box, and I like to share that with people. Like recently, I made this random short about how Aokiji could be rocks. You know, it's wild, but I always provide good enough evidence to show like, here's all these things connect. I made a kid is like a sun god, just crazy things. If you like wild theories that don't make sense on the surface, but you like people explaining it, I'm the guy for you. And yeah, I'll be back later,
And
and
ELIDZ is
I'll still
being
be
humble.
watching. I'll be in the chat.
He's being humble. He's like a science. He's like a scientist when it comes to the whole hockey theories and everything. Beautiful work.
Yep.
Beautiful work. Definitely. All right, next we got Cube, who is
What up?
big
What up?
long time follower of my channel, and he's here substituting for Den Kushi. So if you want to shout out Den Kushi since you're here for him.
Yeah. Give a shout out to Den Kushi. Check out his channel. There's fire takes. I am a contributor, but Den Kushi has a vision that's almost as good as Parvision, who's right here. And as for me, I'm with the last arc, so you can check out my God Valley Fury, as well as Who is a Jailer that Who's Who met, and as well as the latest video I dropped was on hypnosis, which I don't think many people talk about, so you should check it out. And I appreciate Blunt for having me. And yeah, join Blunt's stream. I'm gonna put the link now to his Discord. Okay, I want
Yep.
people to join up right now. Okay, thanks guys.
Thank you, and shout out Den Kushi because he helps me put these whole cross guild, just like Adam. Him and Adam both help me put these cross guild connection streams together. So shout out to Den Kushi, most definitely. Now in the bottom, now things keep changing up. All right, so after Q we got NNN. You want to plug
Hey
yourself?
guys, so
NNN?
before I introduce myself, I'd just like to give a shout out to most of you guys here who I've had a chance to talk to, and Cross Guild Connections 1, I was there. It was a blast. Hello, Bluff. Good to see you again.
Hey, good to
Adam
see you.
JinRakai,
Good to
I'd
see
especially like to thank you for helping me so much with the Jolly Roger and all, and also I will miss Den Kushi and Parvision. Hello, this is the first time we're on stream together, so I'm also a Bangladeshi YouTuber like you. Like I know you're not a Bangladeshi YouTuber, but you have Bangladeshi roots, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's good to hear.
So about me, I am not that much of a regular One Piece YouTuber right now. I have a full-time job right now and I'm married, but I still do live streams of the chapter whenever it comes out. And I have some theories I think you'll be interested to check out. Two I'd like to say is that one, why Sanji will hate Dr. Vegapung's instant cooking machine. So if you do not remember, it was revealed in like 1061 or 2. Something like that. So then about the instant cooking machine or the vending machine, and Chopper said a few chapters later that everyone would love the instant cooking machine instead, besides Sanji. And also there are a lot of other points like when Uta in Film Red, when she manifested a ton of food, then Sanji had a very curious reaction. He wasn't angry at Uta because she's a girl and all, but I think that there's a lot deeper into that. And another thing I'd like to mention is that there are a lot of connections between each chapter's anime episode and also that very same week's manga chapter. So there are a lot of connections. One I'd like to say is that the very same week that Jinbei fought Who's Who in the manga, in that very same week, In the anime episode, what happened was the Jinbei returned after like what 2 or 3 years after Whole Cake Island. So I think Oda does keep tabs on what the anime will show, and maybe, just maybe, tweaks things up in the manga. So it just doesn't happen in 1 week. It happens in a lot of weeks, not all weeks though. So yeah. So I'll be dropping my link in the chat.
All right. So shout out to NNN. He was on the very first Cross Guild Connection stream as well. Next, we got a big homie in the game, special guest, Parvision. What is up, Parvision? If you want to plug yourself, shout out to speak to the people.
Yeah, just thank you guys, everyone involved, keeping these going on the third one already. Super happy to see that. Appreciate the connection, NNN and everybody else. Definitely excited to be here. I just talk a lot, just a lot of One Piece, a lot of words, and there's a lot of. I won't be able to be here for as long as I would want to be, but I'm gonna try and muscle through, and then what's it called? There's a few theories. I'm curious to hear your guys' theories and what you guys have on your mind, because that's ultimately what I care most about, right? Like, I think these discussions are so much fun because everybody comes in with a unique perspective, and if you guys like my perspective on a few things, I have a channel, So thank you guys for having this conversation with me.
Yeah, we see the Parvision, and I want to thank Parvision. I know I think he might be a little under the weather, but he still made the stream. So definitely thank you for showing up, Parvision. I want to say that here live. I really appreciate that. Gotta support the homies. Huh?
Gotta support the homies, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And last but most certainly not least, we got SeaStoneSage in the building. If you want to speak to the people.
Well, I mean, I'll have a go. Hi, my name's Sage. I don't know who I am. I don't know where I am. Let's go. I'm excited to talk about One Piece. I have a channel. It's called SeaStoneSage. If you like what I say, you can find me there. It's good to see a lot of friends. I fucking love most of these people, so I'm just happy to have a chat about one of my favorite things in the world, which is One Piece. So yeah, let's go.
All right. Hey, shout out to all these creators. If you guys don't know me, for everybody who may not know me, first time on my channel, my name is Sean P, the Bluff God. I do One Piece reactions. Sometimes I kind of make theories on the spot, but I don't consider myself a theorist. Like, I don't craft theories that are in depth as some of these other guys, but I do like to do reactions and hear different perspectives and then give my perspective on those perspectives. I also do One Piece chapter reactions as well, and I do discussions. And I invite people in my Discord to join my discussions. So usually post chapter discussions. I got one coming this Sunday. I like to drop them after the official drops. So I got all the translations and everything. So like I say all the time, if you guys want to send me content to react to, I have a channel for that. If you guys want to be part of future One Piece discussion, you must be a member of the Discord as well. And give your boy a subscription or a follow on Twitch, depending on what you're watching this on. But yeah, also, I probably won't be acknowledging the chat that much because, these discussions get super deep and I try not to disrupt the flow of things. But I will be dropping a link. It will be a link to the tip. So if you really want your stuff heard, make sure you go to that link, tip your boy, and I will definitely acknowledge any questions. If you have any topics you want to hear from the panel, I'm gonna be dropping that in the chat. Chat. Matter of fact, Angel, I think Angel might be in the thing. I might need your help, Angel. So yeah. So all right. Welcome to Cross Guild Connections 3. May the 4th be with you. You know, shout out to Adam for that. Shout out to Adam for that. All right, so what's up? So we got a bunch of chapters that just dropped. I kind of want to get a lot of y'all opinions on some of the chapters that have been dropping. I don't want to say post Egghead because I guess we're still in Egghead, but since we've kind of switched away from Egghead, I know a lot of people have been talking about Shanks, the whole Shanks and Kid situation. Does that like does that put Shanks in a different light to some of y'all, or some of y'all already predicted that? Like, what's y'all opinion
I
on
think
Shanks now? I'll let you go, SeaStone.
I was just gonna say I think it's fairly on brand, to be honest. Like, we've never, from the start of the story, had a version of Shanks that wasn't willing to hurt people. Like, there's not really been a time period where he's like had a problem drawing his sword or like getting involved in combat or even like letting people be killed. So I don't really feel like this is a particularly anything other than more Shanksy. Like, it's just so on brand, you know, like, and it's not just so on brand of like what we've seen, it's so on brand of the portrayal with what we've seen. And I think it's really nice to see those both align in a chapter where it's like, no, this is a really powerful guy. He's not necessarily an angry powerful guy, but if you mess with his family and his friends, like, he's like his captain in that regard. Like, he will retaliate without question, or even just straight up a race, I suppose. So that was fun.
Yeah.
If I'm not gonna go out and say like if Oda wrote it differently, but one thing that I would have loved, because there was already like a parallel to chapter 1, because it's kind of like a full parallel where Kid raised his gun, and if like Shanks created an opportunity where, like, you know, because like I think about it how obviously Shanks would beat Kid, but I also saw it as like Shanks is so overwhelmingly more powerful than Kid, and when you have that kind of like differential in power, you know, like, you don't have to hurt the other person, you know, like if you're that much stronger, you can show restraint, and that demonstrates how powerful you are, right? It's kind of like, you know, in a lot of ways, it's like you don't have to, if a kid is acting out, you know, like as an adult, you don't use your adult power, right? Like, that's how I kind of see that. And so I would have liked it if Shanks, like, you know, showed up right next to Kid while he was loading up his railgun, and then resaid the line from chapter 1 where it was like, you're putting your life on the line by pointing that at me. I'm saying it's not safe to point guns, you know? And like, then Kid, like, you know, he whether he continues or stops or whatever, then it would have been sick, like, to see that play out. But, you know, we got what we got, and I think ultimately Oda's it's interesting because I think one cool connection is right now with like the man with the burn scar thing. I think like immediately, well, I'm not saying this is what I still think, but my initial thought was like, oh, that guy might be Davy Jones. And so like the story of Davy Jones is like, you know, you sink to the bottom of the ocean, Davy Jones' locker. And I was like, you know, Kid's current situation is he's sinking to the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, sorry.
So no, you're fine. It was just like, that's where I'm kind of like, you know, where's Oda? You know, Oda created this scenario for what? Like, why is Kid going where he is? And then on top of that, like, Law as well, right? Like, both of them kind of, it feels like they're in the same boat, even though both their boats are destroyed, you know, like, and it's kind of confusing. And I feel like maybe this is a way to bring Davy Jones or something into the mix, or the Flying Dutchman even, I don't even know. But
quick question.
Yeah.
I love that.
Quick question. Who do you think? Real quick, I'll let you go, Adam. I'll let you go, Adam. But quick question: who do you think is the man with the burn scar?
uh, I've heard a lot of different ideas. The one that I've been pushing through and through, and I listen, like, you guys can call me crazy for it, but I think Oda wants his character in the story, and that character is Panda Man, because Panda Man actually has flame marks on him, and he is a character that's been written on a poneglyph. Oda confirmed that, and on top of that, he's been in like chapters since chapter 44 all the way up to 1076. He's been in like every single arc, every single time. He continues to show them, continues to answer questions about him in the SBS. So like, if Oda really wanted to bring in a character to fulfill this role, and then that character is tied to poneglyphs and has a burn mark on him, then I'm like, hold on, maybe this is where Oda puts it in. You know what I mean? And like, hey, Oda could put it in wherever he wants at this point.
All right, I'll let Adam go. That's the discussion get deeper into later, but
yeah,
go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, no, my very first video is about the poneglyphs unlocking Panda Man, and Panda originally meant messenger from heaven. So I definitely think that there's tons of stuff going on with Panda Man, him kind of becoming the main character of Shonen Jump or whatever in some way, for sure. But you were mentioning Davy Jones' Parvision, and we know Oda's a music nut. We know Oda references everything or whatever. Well, the Star Man himself, David Bowie. His actual real name is Davy Jones. It's Davy Robert Jones, and Robert means bright fame. So I sent a picture in the chat of the Ziggy Stardust with the lightning bolt scar in his eye, and I really am wondering if this burn scar guy isn't some version of that guy of David Bowie with the Ziggy Stardust makeup, and or if I've talked about this a couple times on my channel, but there are no stars in the One Piece world. There are only 2 chapters that I found where they're outside of cover pages. Chapter 514, when Luffy's thrown by Kuma across the world. When he's asleep, there are stars in the sky or whatever. And then during Brook's flashback, there are stars. And I do wonder if something with Laugh Tale is maybe like Pinocchio, the All-Father, Odin, Geppetto, all that stuff, trapped inside of a whale, and the Starman being trapped inside of a whale maybe makes the stars not show in the One Piece world. Because if there were any, you would not need any sort of magnetism or log poses or anything. You could navigate by just one star if you could use star charts and stuff. So I really do wonder how much the Burn Scar Man and this Davy Jones things all might correlate with a Starman of sorts, which was in 1973 the biggest song in Japan, David Bowie's Starman.
Wait, that's cracked. The Davy Bowie thing is that's sick. I love that. Wait, the Starman thing too. Ooh.
Yeah, it's his biggest song from God, what's the album? It's not Hunky Dory. I think it's just Ziggy Stardust. He went live on the BBC or the whatever channel over there, and there's a great video where he's wearing very colorful, almost rainbow fish scale is what his outfit looks like. And that was broadcast throughout Japan about a year or two before Oda was born. And I think that's been a huge reference for him as far as, David Bowie and T-Rex and all that stuff.
And that would be like, because I think a lot of people think that Kid is going to unironically end up like finding him somehow. And so like, in my explanation, it's there, but he was like, Kid is the person who mentioned the man with the burn scar first. And then it kind of feels like, hey, if they're one and the same person, it works out. And then if Davy Bowie is the person, right? Like it's because the music stuff connects the Kid, like the punk rock and all that stuff. And then here we have, wow, I could see this. Now, hold on, my question.
Find him. I never thought about that, kind of find him at the bottom of the ocean if he is inside of like an island whale or something crazy like that. I really like the idea of Kid being the one. I kind of always thought like, what's the significance of Adam Wood if not for maybe if there is some sort of whale's mouth you got to go into, they can specifically taste Adam Wood and not destroy your ship to let you in, kind of thing. So I've wondered about that, but I wonder if Kid, maybe with his magnetism stuff, might be able to find it too.
I'm like looking up all of his song names. I see one
Oh, they're
called
crazy. They're crazy.
there's one called Silly Boy Blues, and I'm like, if Luffy's Joy Boy, Kid is Silly Boy. Like,
Oh,
this
dude,
shit's-
one to look up if you want some major clues, because I haven't gotten these videos yet because I really don't know how to do them because I can't play the songs. But there are so many crazy references that Oda seems to do with songs. Like if the D means road and all this stuff, the chapter 1 would be Penny Lane, and even Shank's last name Figaro or whatever it is refers to barbers. And it's Penny Lane. There's a barber selling photographs with the bounty posters of everybody's head. He's at had the pleasure to know or whatever. But there's a huge David Bowie song called The Bellway Brothers. And if you listen to that song and read the lyrics, it almost correlates exactly to Luffy and Usopp's relationship.
So there's a sorry, I'm taking a lot of the time because this is just fascinating.
Oh, no,
Because
go ahead, dude.
I want you to speak because I know you don't have a lot of, you probably won't be here that long. So
I can't. In my intro, I was saying I'm excited to hear what you guys had to say. I didn't realize I get this excited. This is so because another thing was like that comes to mind. There's when you were saying David Bowie, but then also a theory that people have been saying. There's like variations of this where Davy Jones being part like a celestial dragon or a sixth member of the Gorosei, meaning like, maybe he's a part of them, or it should just be a celestial dragon and like he has some kind of like crazy connection, like an odd man out kind of thing.
Okay.
And the Saint J. Garcia Saturn, they think that the name is connected to Jerry Garcia.
Yep.
And like I'm looking at some of the songs, like he has a song called Life on Mars, and the Jerry Garcia connection was like he has a song about Saturn, which is like might be why Oda chose that specific name for him. And then like I see another song David Bowie has, All Saints, and then like it's the saint of like the Celestial Dragons. And then the Starman, born in a UFO. Oh my goodness, this guy is Black Star. If the ship, imagine the ship is called Black Star. That'd be kind of cool.
Oh, dude, that would be so huge. And something really cool with David Bowie too is after he made in '67, he made Space Oddity, okay, and that was part of an album that was kind of really embarrassing. Listen to the rest of that album; it really kind of sucks. There's even a song about like loving gnomes, like garden gnomes. It's just very weird. So he actually
David Bowie wasn't. I would like to put it out here, okay? Because like I don't think anyone from England is necessarily here, and you're talking about David Bowie, who's like a British fucking icon as much as like he's their icon in England. So his stuff wasn't meant to be super duper popular music. Like he was a out there vivid individual who lived the life he managed to live rather beautifully. Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the albums are experimental, and like if you go like back a bit more, like music isn't as polished. So like people do concept stuff. These days concept stuff for music is like a passion project. It's not commercial, and like that's horrifically sad. Like
I think
I don't know.
Just adding on to that, like for the live streams, something, because when these chapters come out in the fan scan and they come out super early, they don't include Oda's note. Like Oda has a note every single time. And the last year, Oda has been like I off the top of my head, maybe I'm exaggerating, like literally 50% of them has been him like shouting out random musicians, random songs, random albums. And like I've looked up some, I was like, what the heck? And then like some of them are really popular, some of them are really indie, but then he's also like, yo, like I got this like record, whatever. And I'm like, what are you doing? Is this so cool? Because I told my stream to compile all the songs that he's said, so that one of the streams we could just listen through all the songs he shouted out, because it's like that's like a way to like connect with somebody, right? Like Oda's out here telling us his taste in music, and I so badly want to like make the time to listen to that. If you guys ever have a stream doing that, message me because I'll come in and listen with you guys because that's
Same.
so
I
cool.
I want in on that. I want to add real quick though. If nobody here has listened to David Bowie's Black Star album, listen to that whole thing because it is just a nothing to do with One Piece. Just listen to that album because it's a masterpiece.
Oh, it's all about being reborn. It's got tons of stuff I think to do with One Piece stuff. But that was what I was gonna say is
Oh yeah,
after Space Oddity, David Bowie spent 3 to 4 years in Japan learning only kabuki theater and miming. So he is extremely attuned. I mean, he has a song called China Girl, which is a cover, but he is extremely in tune with the Japanese, aspect of things and living style and all that stuff. And even his wife was named Aman, which in Arabic means, worshiper of Allah, but backwards it's Nami.
Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, I see a song. He has Crystal Japan.
He was a huge. He went there before it was cool. I mean, he went there to study being a mime for 3 or 4 years or something like that. And then actually, that's what actually influenced all of his stage presence and characters was actually that training in Japan about being a mime and being in theater was what kind of influenced him to make characters and to have the stage makeup and the outfits and everything. All of that comes straight from Japan.
All right,
I'm gonna be thinking about this one for sure.
All right, we getting into some. We getting too deep into David Bowie.
It's never a bad thing.
Let's bring it back, right? Let's bring it back. What's up, Sage?
I'd like to introduce. I gotta go at some point pretty soon.
Okay.
So I would like to introduce a theory I had and then spaced out about for about 10 minutes. So I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
But hear me out, yeah. We've now seen Agorase leave Marjoa. Like we've seen them leave. So they're not gonna have only just done that now. Like that's not a new thing, surely. Like that can't be the first time because the way that the characters are acting, that doesn't seem like the first time they've left. It just doesn't happen often by like the fact that Vegapunk goes to meet them, right? Like you would go to Vegapunk's lab rather than him come to you with all his androids. Like surely. But my generalistic point about this is what if God Valley, when they talk about like all of the celestial dragons and like the navy and the pirates and all of those people, I think Egghead is going to be a repeat of God Valley. So in God Valley, Agorase left Marijua to investigate and deal with rocks, much like this one is doing with Luffy. And I think he died there. And I think that's where the youngest dude might have come forward. And I think that's why there's one younger dude and some older dudes. And I think the reason those dudes might be older is probably because they've served their time and they've got immortality or whatever. But youngest dude hasn't done that yet, maybe. And maybe that's why they're so willing to pay for the op freight as well. But yeah, that's something I just thought about.
Sage, if I could add to that, it's wild you just said that because lately I've been thinking that Saturn is going to die, and that is the incident on Egghead Island.
I'm wondering what happens. Yeah, this is a bit nutty to me.
Because Oda said recently, I hope no one dies. I think Kid was a fake out from that, and I personally think that Saturn is the man marked by flames. He will reveal that at Egghead. Someone will not like that he revealed that, probably Kizaru, and he will die. Luffy and the crew will be blamed for it.
I don't know. I to be honest, I'm not sure what's happening with Egghead. I don't have.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Because we know something big is about to happen at Egghead. I was thinking something along the line of God Valley or Lelougia, Because for a while I thought maybe Lelougia had something to do with either like the Gorosei or like maybe Uranus. Because I personally have a theory. I have a theory that I think the Gorosei might be at the level of ancient weapons. Like they might be at each individually strong as ancient weapons. Like if we're going off the fact that ancient weapons are, they're kind of based on like Greek gods or Greek/Roman gods, I guess you could say. And Saturn is what? Like that's a I think Roman god. Which one? Anybody know?
Time. Yep.
Kronos, yeah, Kronos.
Kronos.
Like
Kronos. Was that? I think he's the primordial guy. Or no, that's Uranus.
Yeah, I might be wrong.
Titan. No, you're
Cronus
right.
was
It's
a
a Titan.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he controlled, or he was the embodiment of time.
Yeah, the father of the Titans, right?
Zeus's father, technically.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about like, because I had a similar route of like, I was playing with the idea that like the ancient weapons and the Gorosei and Joy Boy were all on the same crew originally, and so like that would make like a team of 10, and you know, the overall thing being like, you know, the reason why the ancient weapons stayed Greek names is they transferred over to like when the world government took over, they changed over to the Roman names, which is why you see Saturn versus the Kronos, which would be the Greek name. And like I guess like the thing is, it's like we only kind of know Poseidon's power, and Poseidon's power is like incredibly destructive, right? But we don't know like Pluton. Like I feel like Pluton, like the way it was described, it might not be exactly what it is, right? Like if you describe Poseidon like the power to sink the world, you wouldn't necessarily think Shirahoshi. And in the same light, it's like Uranus, we don't know exactly what that entails. We know nothing about it, honestly. And like, but when you look at Shirahoshi, it's kind of like she's not like strong. It's like the power doesn't make her strong. It's like the authority that she has makes her strong. And I almost wonder like what that means for, like, if you're saying that they're ancient weapon level, are you meaning like it's like that kind of thing, like a Shirahoshi kind of thing, or do you mean like ancient weapon level power, meaning like they are like above Roger in terms of like fighting? You know what I mean? I don't think anyone would say like Shirahoshi's stronger than Roger, right?
Yeah,
like, you know what I get?
That's a good question. Because Shirahoshi is really the only ancient weapon that we are really familiar with, that we have answers to. You know, everything else is just more speculative, right? Like Pluton is said to be able to destroy an island. It's like a ship that could destroy an island. So it seems to be something destructive. Uranus, I believe, might have something to do with like weather control, possibly. You know, Uranus being the god of the skies and the heavens, or being the primordial god of the skies in the heavens. It just made me think something that's in the sky. That's why I think the Lelugia incident, that might have been Uranus, but I don't know. You know, I don't know. But the Gorosei, I think.
Do we know why? Oh, sorry.
I think the Gorosei are like probably like individually strong enough to be like an ancient weapon, possibly. Like
definitely.
That's a tough question though. But
yeah.
Do
we know why Lelucia's kingdom was destroyed? Was it because Saba was there, or was it a different reason?
Oh, it's a different reason.
Different reason, yeah.
It seemed like it was already in motion when they learned that.
Yeah, because they say it's like like Sabo's unlucky, essentially, that he was there. So that suggests that it wasn't.
Well, my idea was kind of like, you know, it didn't feel like because like the information that Sabo has, it doesn't feel like the Gorosei knew, at least at the time of when, you know, it happened. Because if they knew that Sabo saw that someone was on the throne, you would imagine like, yo, like we have to shut him up. You know what I mean? Like we're not gonna wait for him to sail and then find out where he is, and we're gonna send like our strongest forces that way, right? And it feels like the Gorosei are hiding themselves. But so I think like when Eam was saying, like when they asked like what light to erase, like Lelucia means light in other, you know, in Latin or whatever, and then it's like the Eam probably said Lelucia. Saba overheard that, saw Eam on the throne, And then he was just like, okay, I need to go back to Leloucia, not understanding like what that meant. Because like for any normal person, you hear like, oh, we're gonna go like extinguish them. It's like, oh, it's just like a buster call. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Sabo can deal with a buster call. And then he goes there, and then he takes takes Moda and the people who signed on, but he doesn't understand like the gravity of like the situation, I'm guessing. And then like he's already pieced out, and then Leloucia happened. He's like, oh, I don't know what that was about. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of how I see it. Why he ended up there versus like it was just a coincidence, and they didn't realize that he overheard all of that.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, here's an interesting thought though. If Sabo didn't know it was happening, why do you think he thinks it happens? Because like, what if he's essentially come to Dragon, and the reason he's so hush hush about it is like the place I was just at got like zapped down from the sky, destroyed because I saw some weird dude on a throne. Like, you know what I mean? Wouldn't you think that? Like, so I do wonder what that does for the revolutionaries.
No, that's
actually, I had
good point.
Yeah, I actually had an idea on what Sage is actually talking about, and it's because I thought of Wapol, and it kind of made me think of how he was panicked, and it kind of made me think of Corazon when he heard the legends of the D family, and since he's a nobleman, Sabo originally, I'm wondering when they were taught as kids, they heard legends of the D families, but also what happens when someone sits on the empty throne. Like it's something that it's taboo. And he saw something that, it could explain, because Wapol was frightened. So I always wondered, like, there's maybe a hidden lord among the nobles and the royals.
Well, that does make me think of Stelly, because Stelly grew up as a celestial dragon, learning all those same things. He's never heard of it, and once he sees it, he's immediately drawn to it. So I do wonder about what exactly the celestial dragons themselves are taught and know.
Yo, when you said Stelly, I just imagined Marineford, but like instead of Ace being executed, it's Stelly and Sabo had to save him. It was just the goofiest thing.
I don't know if Sabo would save him. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I think that'd be a perfect reversal, because this time we're trying to save someone we don't want to save, but it's all kind of against the world government or whatever. I think that would be very funny, and that's something too. I was thinking with everyone was talking about the burn scar stuff. I got a video coming out about this. It's going to be a short one or whatever, because there's not tons of information on this burn scar person. But the last people that we know that found all 4 road poneglyphs, at least as far as we're told in the story, are the Roger pirates or whatever. And one of the crazy things is with Scopper Caban, we always see him with axes. Well, the word axe originally meant ash, as in burnt wood. So I do wonder if like we met Rayleigh before the big final battle of part 1, if we're going to meet Scopper Caban as this man with the burn scar thing, axes being the clue to that or whatever, as the kind of final ally or helpful friend or whatever before the the finale.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get Scopper. We got it. I feel like we gotta get Scopper.
We're gonna get a Skopagigban flashback. Like, who's gonna have the Skopagigban flashback though? Like, Luffy has Rayleigh flashbacks.
Well, I think
Zoro has flashbacks. Who's Skopagigban?
I think we've already seen him in 550. The that old dude who's smoking a pipe with the sunglasses that are just like Scopper. If you look very carefully at that panel,
I heard that before.
His left arm is completely in bandages.
Yeah.
The right arm is shown smoking, so that's kind of one burn scar clue, burning, tobacco. But his left arm seems to be completely covered in bandages. And I do wonder how much that might be a hint towards this. He also has a tattoo or a brand mark on his head, which could be considered the burn mark, whatever. But I do wonder how much that's going to matter.
I think Scopper has to come in because the naming scheme that the Roger Pirates have, like the gold, silver, copper, and the way I kind of think about it, it's like gold, like when you think about like energy, they're conduits, and gold and copper are the like best conduits, copper being a little bit better. Just gold is more precious, and then copper is the most commonly used one. And then when you think about insulators, like Luffy's the rubber, right? So then it's kind of like channeling an energy source. Those two combinations are really great. And I think, you know, even just as small a detail as that, like, why would Oda name these people after the metals, right? Like, I think it means like they're the conduits for the new era. And so, you know, if Gold Roger was created the pirate, the you know, the golden age of piracy, and then Rayleigh, you know, is a metal but not the best one, but then he was doing whatever he's doing on Savodi, and then he ended up being a mentor to Luffy. Well, then I think like Scopper could very well be a very important character. And the other part of it is that he might be more intertwined than we realize. Like this isn't my theory, or I've thought about this like back when I was anime only, but I'm sure someone else has had this thought. But you know, we don't know who like Silver Axe is from like the Rocks Pirates, and like Scopper does like feel a little bit older than other people. I don't know if we have his age or anything like that. So like it could have been like after God Valley, after the clash with the Rocks, like Scopper was from Rocks, came onto Roger's crew, and that's how he essentially you know, the transfer happened. And so like there's like a few other connections, like I mentioned recently on like the this is like a completely wild thing we don't have to get into, but like on Kid's crew, there's a guy who just has necklaces that are just axes, like I think it's heat, like, or wire. No, it's definitely heat. He just has a necklace and it's just a bunch of axes. I'm like, what sane person, what kind of design is this? And then I'm like, what if his dad is just like Scopper, Gabon, or Silver Axes, one way or the other? And I'm like, huh, interesting. You know what I mean? Like, there's not too many axe characters if we like really think about it. So like to put the axe on that guy, and then Scopper, and then Silver Axe, it's like, hey, maybe these are all the same people. You know what I mean? Or like not all the same people, but they're all connected. You know, so maybe there is a world where the Scopper comes in very soon.
I love that. And then
hold on,
we know
Adam. Let me step in. Adam, hold on.
What?
Let me step in. Shout out to Terribly TJ. He tipped $3. Said like D stream, y'all. But yeah, I wanted to acknowledge that. But yeah.
Oh yes, thank you for the donation.
I think
I was just gonna say.
Let me. I'll let you go, Adam, in a bit. Let me just cut in real quick. I think the obvious. I feel like the obvious when we talk about man with the burn scar, I kind of think it's a very simple and obvious answer. I think y'all overlooking Jaguar D Saul. You know, I think whoever it is has a close connection with O'Hara, because every time the name is brought up, it's somebody like Robin there to kind of like acknowledge there, like there's always. Like, Robin is always there to kind of show, like, she's curious, like, it has something to do with her. And then we go back to the flashback with Dragon and Vegapunk, and they talked about a man who was bandaged up. We know that Jaguar D Saul was at O'Hara when it was burnt down, and he was frozen by Aokiji. So he had to be unthawed and probably suffered some burn scars. And he also took the books to Elbath. Kid looking for the person with the burn scar headed to Elbath. To me, it's just too many things pointing at him, in my opinion. But
I like that, but
I just one short thing I'd like to mention is that Law also probably knows about the man with the burn scar, right? Because he had that sus look when Kid talked about him, when Kid mentioned him. And most of us do subscribe to Randy Troy's theory about Law being sword. So Law would also, of course, know about Saul being alive. So that also connects to Saul.
Yeah, I like the Saul idea, but I don't know where the ship and all this stuff and the black ship that starts Whirlpool's thing starts. And talking about what Parvision stuff was talking about, I always kind of thought it was a Wizard of Oz reference with a tornado in the beginning that takes Dorothy to Oz. But in Chapter 2, Luffy actually hits this Whirlpool. So if it does connect to Scott,
but what if that's Panda Man?
I think there's an explanation to that, Adam. Though I think there's I think Saul has been working with other individuals, and we know fishmen could do stuff like that. Like they could create whirlpools.
I can see that, but I think Saul's kind of stayed in the library like a burnt book for the last 40 years or whatever. And we also know we've only seen him on a ship once. He seemed to swim to O'Hara or whatever. But I do wonder, like how Shanks was kind of scoping out Fuchsia Village and stuff like that, if Scopper was maybe farther away and could do these whirlpool-like things or whatever. And with the scar stuff, I think it's very interesting that we have like stitching doll scars like Luffy's and Garp's, and then we have these like pink burn mark scars that Shanks has, that Kid has, that Sabo has, that all are for whatever reason a different type of scar than these stitching scars. So I do wonder how much of that could be viewed as a burn scar, like with Saturn and stuff like that.
What? So
Yeah.
it could be Shanks because of
I do
that
think
being like
it
a
could be
pink
Shanks.
scar.
If he's had one poneglyph this whole time, and then as we know from Oda saying that he's always had plans for Kid, I wonder if Kid's role was to give Shanks the other 3 poneglyphs, and so he would have them all.
I want to get
Yep.
Ragnar in here, man. Ragnar been pretty quiet, so if Ragnar is active and he's awoke, sometimes
I mean-
he'll be away from the computer. So
Yeah. Because or else like I have
you got some Q?
yeah. So I don't know who is the
Uh,
man marked by. Okay, well let Ragnar
Go ahead,
first.
Ragnar, and then I'll let Q go.
Personally, okay, I have this thing. I recently saw Dax's short, freaking amazing short, by the way. By the way, I'm a big fan of the Panda Man thing. I was actually 100% on it because I want Panda Man in the story just as much as anybody else.
Yo.
So the thing is, Dax in the short brought up a spade pirate by the name of Deuce, right?
Yeah.
And he also mentioned something about Deuce joining Morgan's newspaper team. And then it just hit me immediately. Have you guys ever seen the show Gossip Girl?
No, I haven't. It's
Okay,
interesting.
well,
I know the
basically,
whole plot.
Gossip Girl is an alias. Now, that's not her real name. Just like Deuce isn't her real name. His real name. But if you just think about it, there's a chance the man marked by flames could just literally be his alias in the newspaper. And he just straight up talks about how he has the 4th poneglyph, and my name is the man marked by flames. This is an alias, just like Gossip Girl is. And I think that would be the biggest put my foot on the table thing you could do. And Morgans did say he was going to stop listening to the government, so it all like ties in together. Like I said, I just think it's an alias for like a newspaper thing, and I think it's Deuce. That's what I'm standing back like 100% on. But I also want to be Panda Man.
Man.
Dax has told me about that theory. I think it's interesting, but I think the bigger point that I like about that theory is when we talk about the man with the burn mark, I do the same thing. Whereas, like, it's kind of weird where is the rumor coming from? Like, what is the rumor? So like that theory would answer like, oh, like that's an explanation for how like Blackbeard and Kid, they both, like, for example, they both read the newspaper. If it's there and they both caught on, right? And it's like Luffy doesn't read the newspaper, so
Now he
that
did in the
explains.
flashback before Shanks talked to him about the straw hat.
What was that?
In chapter 1054, when we see that little flashback of Shanks before Luffy ate the fruit and all that stuff, we actually see Luffy holding a newspaper, trying to read it, and being distracted by Shanks holding the straw hat to the sun.
Right, yeah. And then, like, we don't even know if Luffy's literate at that point. He didn't read his own bounty, right? So like at one point, but so I like that route where it's like, okay, maybe it's in the newspaper, but I think maybe that is a smart direction to look at. It's like, is there a connection point for Blackbeard and Kid to hear this rumor? Because those are the 2 people that have said the man with the burn mark so far. And it's like, where else, like, is Oda trying to tell us like maybe they have the same information? We know that the black market, like, Kid was a part of that. Blackbeard definitely has to be a part of that. And then it's like Kid has also been just locked up in Wano for like God knows how long. So like, when did he hear about this, right? So that all of that is kind of interesting when you think about that with like with where the rumors are, and how they come from. And I just want to say on the Saul thing, I think the other question for me is, the poneglyph is the one from Fishman that was removed, and like, like where the poneglyph was is kind of like a more sacred place, right? Because Otahime is buried there. It's like a sacred forest. It's a ship burial. There's like people there, but it's also like, you know, a fisherman, like kind of like you have to access there. So I get like Saul having people that could have helped him out there, but it's like there's like a weird timeline here where it's like when did this happen and who is the best character for it? And I don't know if Saul's the best side for that, and then tying in the whirlpool thing, and then at the same time, you know, when it comes to these other things, it's like not all of these things fit together. Someone said like maybe each rumor is a separate person, and like, you know, the burn mark is one person, the black ship is one person, the whirlpool is one person, and that would be an interesting route too, because then you could like the person, I think it was Threevil who told me this one. He was like pushing the dragon agenda, and then each person could have been like the fishman could have been the person behind the whirlpool. The black ship could have been something separate, like Sabo's ship or something like that.
Let me ask this though.
So
let me ask this. Did they ever confirm that the man with the burn scar had the other poneglyph? Was that like confirmed?
Not really.
Blackbeard's crew is the one who's confirmed that, well, not confirmed, but very strongly asserted that they had the other poneglyph.
Because I don't think they have to necessarily be the same person, you know, like I don't believe that Saul has the poneglyph, but I think he could still be the man with the burn scar, you know. But again, like, that was just hearsay of Blackbeard's crew. What's up?
Here's a question then. Do you guys think that Kuzan knows that Saul's alive?
Yes.
I would probably say no.
I don't think he does.
I don't think he does.
After the latest one, I don't think he knows. With the way he spoke about Saul, I don't think he knows.
Yeah.
I think he's a very good bad actor. I think that the reason that he would have frozen him was to survive whatever fire was on the island.
But there's no guarantee that he knew that he was going to be able to survive, though.
He did with Luffy and Robin and all them in Longland or whatever.
But there's no guarantee he's going to survive a Buster Call just because he's frozen. That's what I'm saying.
True.
Yeah, he could survive.
Giant,
he could survive getting frozen. Yeah, I agree with that. But it's still a Buster Call. That thing is meant to eliminate everything, you know, on the island. You know what I'm saying? So
they say. Yeah. So they say.
Yeah, so they say.
Well, I mean, but
I wanted to bring up.
To what,
go ahead, Lucas.
You can go, Lucas.
To add to what Blump's saying, though, I don't think Kuzan knows he's alive too, because the reason he let Robin go is because he saw Saul trying to protect her. He killed Saul, in quotations, and didn't let Robin go. So I think for sure, Blump, that, you know, he thinks Saul is dead.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
like, because when, you know, I could see a route where he's still like he does know. I almost kind of wonder, like, you know, because Ohara's 22 years ago, it'd be considering like what admirals know, like the network that they probably have, the way Kuzan is too, like maybe he found out in the last, it wouldn't be too crazy to think that like over the last 22 years he found out, like, because if Vegapunk knows about Saul, then Kuzan, you know, being an admiral, knowing about Vegapunk, like, you know, there's many ways where that information could have leaked. But the reason why I asked is because I personally thought it was a little weird in 1081, not a weird, but like when they said they asked him like, oh, do you know who the person with the burn, like who is it? Katarina Devon's like, do you think he knows about the burn scar? And then he's like, what? And then he makes the joke like, who, me? And then they tell him like, you know, they describe him like all black ship, has a vortex. Oh wow, they use vortex in the officials, but maybe as a devil fruit, maybe it's part of government, right? Like, and then Kuzan kind of just like doesn't talk about that guy like at all. And then the one thing he does say is like, he does mention Saul, like, you know, that good friend is Saul. So it's like when you look at the paneling and the progression of that conversation, it almost sounds like Kuzan dodges the question, but then he also mentions Saul. So like in Blumps and people who think that Saul is the person, I could see that in that route, but that hinges on if Kuzan knows that it is Saul, right? Because if he does know who the burn scar is, and he's like, "Oh, like, are you guys talking about me?" And then like, obviously it's not you. And then then they describe him, and then he's like, "Man, I don't know about no big rocks, red rocks. Like, I didn't see any of that stuff, And then it's like, all I remember is a good friend, and then he kind of dodges the question. So if it was Saul, then that would make sense, but it only makes sense if Kuzan knew Saul was alive. That's how I see it.
Yeah, that's very Oda-esque foreshadowing as well, to have them mention them both in the same breath like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and that,
so I
that was,
can see it.
I just noticed every
and that's
time
the
we
thing I want to kind of dispel with these Panda Man rumors, because I do think he's totally important. I do think he's going to be showing up. Panda Man, Pandemonium. Pandemonium means Ragnarok. The god that brings Ragnarok. He rides on a camel. I can't remember his name. Panonium or something like that. It's in the Book of Devils or whatever. But the first chapter that we actually see Panda Man start showing up. If you look through the light or whatever, he shows up out of a box, out of a square in the Barate of like looking like a poneglyph or whatever. But all this stuff with like dreams and dream catchers and stuff we've heard from Luffy. Does everyone know where Panda Man's creation originally came from?
The story that Oda created
He
for
was a
him?
wrestler.
The in real world reason.
Yeah, the
He
competition.
was a wrestler for a wrestler.
Yes.
Manga, right?
The Kaguya connection.
Well, when Oda was 7 or 8 years old, his childhood dreams were of being in Shonen Jump as the main character, creating Panda Man for a contestant for the Kinnikuman wrestling series or whatever, were crushed by saying, "Hey, this character is not good enough to be in the Shonen Jump." And I think that just like the Kazuki clan, so much of Oda's artistic drives are fueled by, for lack of a better word, revenge. And okay, I'll make the best manga ever and eventually make Panda Man the main good character hero in this story. And that's why I think that he's kind of, a character that's going to be unlocked eventually or whatever. I don't think he's exactly the Burn Scar guy, but I do think what the Burn Scar guy leads to is this Panda Man, Pandemonium Ragnarok guy being unlocked.
Yeah. I just
Wait,
think
Sage
every
is
time
talking,
every time we talk about him, like the man with the burn scar, there's always like a hint of Saul or something related to Ohara, Like when we first heard about him, Kid was speaking of him like, this guy can help us with these, poneglyph translations and stuff, right? And is Sage talking or trying to talk?
I wasn't. Sorry,
okay.
Was I making a noise?
Yeah, there was. I thought you were talking. I felt bad.
So yeah, like they was speaking, like Kid was speaking about him, like he can help them, like especially after they got the poneglyph rubbings, and then that's when Robin we see Robin have a look like, is there like somebody else out there that like know how to read poneglyphs or is connected with the poneglyphs or something somehow? So that was the first thing. It made me think it was somebody connected with Ohara, and I didn't really put 2 and 2 together with Saul, but I thought maybe like Robin's dad or something. Like this was like early theories of who the man with the burn scar was for me. I'm thinking like maybe Robin's dad came like at the end of the Buster call when the Marines left, and he tried to save some people and got burnt or something. But then the next time we heard of him or seen him, I'm trying to think when that next time was. Or no, it was during the flashback. When we got the flashback of Ohara, we learned that Saul was alive and he was heavily bandaged up. So like he suffered like some burn markings. And he also took the books to Elbath and everything. So I'm thinking Saul must have got burnt. He's connected with Ohara. Could he be the man with the burn scar, right? Like he looked like he's been burnt, right? He's been injured. Maybe through it could have been a combination of like freezer burn and the fire, or I don't know.
I think my favorite part of Saul being the person is like what Shiryu said. He said like My guess is that it's a government, man. The world government's got dark secrets of its own. And if they hold one of the stones, it means no pirate will ever reach the One Piece, right? And so, like, whether I think that line was one of my favorite lines of that chapter because it just felt like so, it made it feel like Oda, like, being like a gamer kind of thing. Like, he has like the logic of like the story, like a chess piece kind of thing. Like, well, yeah, he's acknowledging that the world government should be doing this, right? But a lot of people think that, like, oh, that's not going to be the case, right? The world government's not going to have poneglyphs, which is like kind of dumb. But Saul was a person part of the world government. He would have this knowledge, and it would make sense for him to like kind of like not gatekeep, but like, yeah, gatekeep a little bit, right? Like of like the Library of Ohara plus poneglyphs. So I would like that because then Saul would fit in with so many of what we know about him. I think the only box that doesn't fit Saul at the moment is Lafitte's box, where he talks about the black ship, the vortex, and the devil fruit. But again, that could just be like it is still Saul, and it's just separate people. Like, these are rumors of different people.
Yeah, I kind of thought maybe he's working with others, like maybe he's working with Scopper or something. I don't know, maybe he's working with some fishermen and giant. Like, we already know he's working with giants, so could he be working with fishermen as well?
It would make sense that they're in the revs, right? Because like the dragon was there at Ohara, and then the giants were there at Ohara, and then like dragon started the revs because of Ohara, and then it's like, giants would be kind of useful if you asked me. You know what I mean? Like, if I want to get
Shanks took action recently.
Yeah.
By the way, I love your theory about with Shanks in the underworld and all that stuff. I got some coming up that are even more sinister than that. But I love your thing about the South Blue and all of his stuff with the underworld.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of funny because it's like, a lot of people disagree with the theory, but they can't disagree with the components of like, what I predicted that there would be a next time we see Shanks, there's probably going to be a kid that's similar to Luffy, and then we see that giant kid who's like basically like Luffy 2.0, but we don't know if it's the second one or the 50th one, you know what I mean? And then the other part is we still unless Shanks is one man Supermaning his ship across the world, right? Like, we have to figure out how Shanks is getting to places. Like, he's just casually like, at Wano, it's like, you know what, let's go take care of Barto since Blackbeard's not here. And then he's on Elbaf and he's like, yeah, but this is a pit stop. And it's like, bro, why are you acting like this is just a gas station on the side of the highway? Like, everybody else sails the seas and it's like destinations, and Shanks is like, nah, it was 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. It's like, damn, how is he getting over all these places? And so the deep sea current thing still makes too much sense to me. It makes too much sense.
That's something too with my big problem with Shanks is why exactly has he spent all this time doing nothing? If he's able to literally travel to, it seems like every single point of the One Piece world at will, why exactly has he waited 20, 22 years, whatever, since Roger's execution to finally freaking do something?
I got a theory for you, Par. Or for everybody.
Hit me with it.
What do you think of Eam being the Earth God? And why I say specifically the Earth God is if we continue follow Saturn, what's his name, Jay Garcia, Saint Jay Garcia. He's Saturn. We talk about the ancient weapons all being named after celestial bodies. Well, Poseidon is really that's probably closer to Neptune, I would say. Even though it's not Neptune, but in Roman, Poseidon is Neptune and Roman, right? So
yep.
So we got Saturn, we got Pluto or Pluton, Uranus. I would assume maybe one of the Gorsei is Mars, one of them might be Mercury, one might be Venus. I would say Luffy, being Nika, is going to be the sun god. And then we still have Earth, right? Eam possibly being Earth. and maybe Blackbeard being something like the moon god or whatever. Maybe not the moon god, but darkness. I give Blackbeard the moon just because maybe it has something to do with darkness. When it's nighttime, the moon is out. That's the best I got for Blackbeard. I haven't really thought of a better way to explain Blackbeard. But yeah, I thought maybe he might be representing like his celestial body would be the earth. And we know there's the forest god, the earth god, god of rain, I think, and the sun god. Those are the 4 gods.
I think like the earth god thing, like so the 4 god system that like is there. I've been hesitant to like dive into it completely. I have like a few theories around them, like the buggy being rain god, right? I feel like the moment we get one more that isn't the earth god, because like sun god, earth god, right, like that would just make sense. But if the next one is like forest god or rain god, then 100% those panels are important, right? But as far as like the emu being earth god, yeah, like I could see that route. Like the moon, for me it's either the moon or the earth, and the earth god has always been like I think 4 different theories of mine landed on Eam being the earth god. And I think me and ELIDZ talked about a lot of that in the last cross skill connection. But like my idea about it was on Skypiea there was the Vars, like the statue, and I felt like, well, one, it kind of looked like a fisherman, but then and I said recently like E might be a fisherman, but the other part of it is like that I actually haven't said this like verbatim on my like recently. I did it in my first video, I think. Luffy says like it must be some pagan god, which is ironic considering Luffy is the sun god, right? So pagan basically means like a minority god, right? Like if you're in a environment or a country and Christianity is the foremost thing, and then like there's Islam there, then the Islam side would be the pagan.
No, it doesn't. Please, no, it doesn't mean that.
Isn't it when like
no, it's its own religion.
Pagan. Wait, is I thought
it's an identity. It's not. You couldn't be pagan and Muslim.
No. But like, okay, so because when I said in the video, I had the specific context of when the Romans took over, they considered all the Greek beliefs to be pagan.
Yeah, but what you just said,
right,
is like saying, just because the ancient Greeks didn't know, like, the concept of multiple growing, civilizations, we should use their language format when pagan people have an identity and a religion, and it's a recognized religion.
Yeah, that's news to
and
me.
It's sorry.
I didn't know it was because when I looked it up before, I just saw it as like any religion that wasn't the majority in a location. So like, and the primary, again, in the video, the main stem of it was the Roman Christianity route. So it's like basically non-Christian beliefs are just all pagan in that context.
Well, it's kind of like, the problem is that's a bit like, the word heathen. So heathen is somebody who isn't Christian to Christians, but should I refer to myself as somebody that practices a different religion as a heathen out of respect for people calling me that? Or should I have my own identity?
Well, I thought the heathen is like, that was like this connected to like more satanic.
No, it is no, it's non-believers.
Gotcha. So then wouldn't in that context, wouldn't that be heathen and paganism to be synonymous then? Because if it's non-believers, that's what
that's what I'm saying. It would if you use that word in the context of a long time ago. but there is a different identity currently, and that happens sometimes. It happens with a lot of different stuff. One of them is religion. One of them is music. A great example in music. Do you listen to like any kind of rocky music?
I'm sure I have.
I'm asking to see if you'll know the context. So, to my mum, heavy metal, like that's Black Sabbath. That's that's Metallica. To me, heavy metal is Korn and Bloodbath. So, through time, cultures change the linguistics of words slightly.
That's true. And
pagan now has an identity. People like say pagan on the religious sheets in England. I'm one of them. I practice some aspects. Like we call it different stuff to pagan. I'm just saying pagan is also its own thing, because we have like Somerset with the ye old Stonehenge, don't we? Like people go there for the solstice and like hang out in these big pagan spots. Like that's still a part of like European identity. It's basically more like how folklore is like basically the name for the religious beliefs of the indigenous people of Europe and like everywhere that Europe then sees. So cool. So in a way, paganism would be, or pagan as a word, would be the indigenous belief system of normally Europeans.
Okay, so then in the context of what I was using it for in like the Roman time, right? Because that was the context for it. What word would be more? Because what you're saying is like now paganism means something else because there's like the context of it changed in modern times. But in like the Roman context, like what would be the appropriate word for what they referred to as paganism back then?
Well, essentially indigenous religion.
Okay.
Like it would be the indigenous religion, but that's what the Romans were saying, and we're not the Romans. I'm sorry. I'm trying to push it as a concept of like you wouldn't call something that linguistics has moved on from that same thing when it comes to like identity.
Okay, so then when Luffy, or I think it was Luffy, it might have been Luffy or Sanji, honestly. I think it was Luffy though. So when he says it in Skypiea, what does that mean to you, right? Like, oh, that some pagan god, right? So
I would see it as the indigenous beliefs, but I wouldn't see it as the minority. I would see it as the indigenous. So at one point they used to be, because you said like it would be the minority, it would be like slightly underground. It's not necessarily that, because at one point paganism was the norm. Like at one point that was the standardized concept of how things worked, was a more holistic viewpoint in the world. And like the idea that I think what I'm getting to is, yes, I agree with you in the term of Luffy is meaning the indigenous religions, and therefore religions we don't see as much in the modern era that One Piece is vaguely set in. For the One Piece people, they do have lasers and shit, so you know.
Gotcha. So,
but I wouldn't necessarily. Yeah, it was just the wording.
No, I'm glad you pointed that out, because I definitely will incorporate that in future videos. Because like at the end of the day, that
thought the same as well.
That's an important thing. I think like because when Luffy says it, it's that context is so important. I almost wonder now, like, is that something Oda would reflect? Because what you're saying is that does Oda grasp that nuance, or was he putting it in the Roman context, given that the overarching thing that Blumph was asking was the Earth God thing and Emu, and the thing about Emu is connected to the Vatican and, you know, the world government having like the Christian theme. So when like the irony of them being considered pagan was kind of what I was seeing that Oda was doing, right? In the context of this theory, right? Where it's like, if that Vars statue was Eem, and Luffy as sun god referred to it as like a, you know, an indigenous or pagan in the Roman context, then it would be ironic, because normally it would have been the Christian side saying that about other religions, right? And so that's kind of why I was saying it in that context. But if I bring it up in the future, it still fits with the indigenous route because
oh yeah, it still fits the concept. It's just like it's just that wording of saying like the minority when really it's, well, let's be honest, it's fucking colonialism. Right. It's just that happens in history. Like people colonize places. That's a part of human history. And like I think we should, I don't know, like I feel like we should recognize that happens.
Nah, that's I mean,
and assess it from like a vantage that we can. Like,
I appreciate you taking the time to word it out and structure that because honestly, that's a part of the One Piece thing, right? Like that's thematic what we're talking about here, right? Like the world government doing that, EAM doing that, that fits in perfectly what you just described. And so, the Earth God, going back to that again, thank you. In the future, don't feel bad about correcting that kind of thing. Don't.
I never knew that either. Like I was kind of on.
I don't know. I think. I think the thing is like in Europe, there's still quite a lot of that stuff is like known and published. So like there were people called like the Brothers Grimm is like a series of like folklore and fairy tales of like England and Europe. And it's literally like that's where like Red Riding Hood and stuff like that comes from.
In that case, I think Oda does know because then my recent few videos have been talking about like Zoro's tied to France and like all these other characters are like Portugal and Spain and all these things, and I feel like 100% Oda did study the European history more so admittingly than I have, and so I would imagine that like the rest of the story he play off of it in a respectful way, and so he probably is in tune with that. So that's another good point as to why what you said was important. But so given that context that of the indigenous Vars god there, right? I think the reason, like if Eam was that, then I think what they described Vars is that in the sky, Earth was like considered holy, and so they like worshipped it. And the thing that we see on the surface is like the giants and nearly like Wano, they have like sun festivals, like they waiting for the dawn, they appreciate the sun, but they don't like appreciate the earth, and it's like taken for granted in a ways. And so that goes back to like the theory of like if it's Earth God, there's a lot of context to that. And one of the other things that was very prominent during, when Oda was growing up, especially, but like, a lot of our parents, was the space race. And so the space race being, something that brought the world together in a lot of ways. And they called the Earth a spaceship. And so what we know about ships in One Piece is that they have a caboterman, and so that's where like my theory like Eam is the caboterman of the earth, which is why when it comes to like how if the ancient kingdom was so widespread, how come like we don't see anything besides the poneglyphs, right? Well, if Eam was the caboterman of the earth, just like the Going Merry was able to return itself to the original state all on its own. And if you're asking like, oh, like, Eam has like water powers. Well, if it's the caboterman of the earth, then it can control itself completely, right? And there's like so many theories where the pizza, I forget what YouTube they are, the pole shift theory, where it's like that theory fits into that, where it's like if you wanted to shift the poles, then Eam as the caboterman of the earth could do that, right? Like we saw the Going Merry sail itself through the Aqua Laguna to Enies lobby. I'm sure if the Eam was the caboterman of the earth, then it would be capable of something like that. And so many other theories, like Dax theory, like that the earth stopped during the Void Century. Like, yeah, the caboterman could do that. So like that would make it make sense, where it's like even you could tie in another theory where people think that Saturn, Saint Saturn, is from Saturn or is Saturn, right? Like some people had those separating theories. And so one way or the other, if Eam were the earth, like the caboterman, like I have the full theory on my channel, but the other part of that's really interesting is then it would play really well into what the Klabauterman meaning is, where it's like, you know, we, especially now, we've come to realize that the ancient kingdom might not have been all that good, and they might have caused a lot of harm. And so if they were a technologically advanced place that was like trying to control the weather and all these things, then they're kind of like turning the earth into a cyborg, right? And you know, one thing that we do know about Klabautermans is that they apparently show up when the ship is doomed and if they are loved. So if the sky people worship them and love them, then that's how you get the Klabauterman to exist. So we know that that side it happened. And then the other part of it is the Klabauterman, what's it called? If the earth was in a doomed state, then the Klabauterman would show up, meaning Eem. And then you have the other part of, hey, the empty throne. Maybe it is actually empty, and it only isn't when the earth is doomed. So anytime the earth is doomed, that's when the Klabauterman shows up. And so that might be why like the Gorosei are so reverent to it, because whenever Eem does show up, that means that they have to like listen to everything, right? And it's about keeping an equilibrium. And there's a whole other part that I could add to it. But in terms of the reverence stuff and all of that, like I think it would make sense that Eem is the spirit of the earth, and that would play a huge important thematic, I think, because like, you know, even in our world we don't care about the earth as much as we should. And like Japan, the Shintoism belief that they have, they treat everything with respect. And one thing I pointed out, it's like it seems like across the One Piece world they don't respect the earth like the sky people did, but the reason why they respect it is because they were without it, you know what I mean? Like they needed it. And so it plays off of so many different thematics. And I think the way we cried for the Going Merry, we cried over a ship, and I think it would be fitting that Oda makes us cry over the earth and like whatever traumas Eem or the earth or the Klabauterman went through, just like how when the Going Merry gave us the memories and that gave us tears. I feel like that would be the same thing that happens at the end of the story. So the earth god thing definitely fits in my
ELIDZ, your camera going crazy.
Oh,
I don't know what's going with it.
Yeah, so if I could jump in right now.
And I was also thinking maybe, you know, since if he is Earth, or, you know, like Eem Earth or whatever, I don't know, the Earth God, maybe he might have something to do with the origins of devil fruits. You know, since we know fruits and stuff like that come from Earth. So maybe his ability, some devil fruit. I was gonna say maybe he could like nullify devil fruit powers, but then it'd be kind of a copy of Blackbeard's ability. But
okay, so if I could jump in right now, so I really like this thought about the ancient kingdom not being all that good, even though it may have had some like very positive motivations, like of course like technology may be like 900 years ago in the void century. At that time technology was better, was more developed than it is now in the One Piece world. So maybe we are getting some hints about that right now. So let me just plug in my theory here. So as I was saying, one of my theories that I'm really proud of is that Sanji will hate Dr. Vegapunk's instant cooking machine. So in my theory, I go about how important the concept of food is in One Piece. Like they're cooking their food related, like their food main concepts of food in anime, like Food Wars and other like Toriko, but One Piece isn't that. But still, compared to other shonen anime like Bleach, like Hunter x Hunter, like other anime like Naruto, One Piece really does like put a lot of emphasis on food. For example, Zoro's first scene, for example, Green Bull, for example, Big Mom, Stroyson, right? So there's a lot of importance on food. Sanji's entire backstory and his entire like one of his, like we can say, after women, all he thinks about is food and also about his emotions. So I think that Sanji will not actually like the way that food is being cooked instantly. Like we also saw that the types of food that the instant cooking machine could cook were not actually homemade food. They were essentially fast food. Like if I could bring up the panel, I have it here right now. It says a hamburger, drink, steak, omurice, tonkatsu, ... So all these are essentially fast food, not homemade cooked food. So Sanji wouldn't actually like that, and it goes against like the entire passion that he always always displays when cooking food, like the passion he displays. So I think that this is also in one hint that the ancient kingdom went probably too much deep into technology, and that's why the earth god, maybe Im Sama, so he had to step in. So yeah, I really like this plot point, but I don't know if One Piece will go dark like that. But yeah, it's a very interesting plot thread to me.
No, I think you should run with that, especially because if we think the ancient kingdom made the devil fruits, like what you're saying is actually canon, right? Because Strawson has the ability, the devil fruit ability to make food out of anything, right? That sounds kind of similar to this food machine, but the important thing is Strawson can't make tasty food, which is why Big Mom is so like gluttonous for like is kidnapping chefs and stuff like that, right? Because it's not the same thing, right? Like there's this power that ends world hunger, but there's like it's not passion, it's not made with soul, right? So then again, what you're saying isn't that far off, because Vegapunks is behind the ancient kingdom, and if the ancient kingdom made the devil fruits, then what you just said is probably canon, right? Like Strawson's power existed in the past at some point, and it doesn't taste good and there's no passion in it, and that could be the essential, the sin that like you were that Vegapunk said that like the devil fruits are, that maybe there is something along those lines. I don't know how that translates to other things, right? Like the other devil fruit powers, like Kinyamon's thing, like like dressing up isn't the same, right? Like I don't know if Kinyamon and Papag would have beef, because Papag is like the Louis Vuitton, and then Kinyamon's like H&M kind of, you know what I mean? So maybe there's something on that route too. And I think it fits, right? Everything's about passion. So if the ancient kingdom commodified or tech cyborgified, whatever the word is, to remove that passion, then yeah, that they would be the villains, right?
Yeah, and also I think there should be a balance, right? An equilibrium. Like the German 66, they are thinking that if they could like remove emotions, that would be the best thing. But then we see, like it's very clear to us that emotions is actually what made Sanji superior to them. So I think yeah, there should definitely be a balance between them. So yeah, I really love how you like extended my theory there.
Well, hey, just real quick, I know Strawhatlucas has to leave soon. Is there anything he does great Devil Fruit ranking videos on the last arc, but I know he has his own TikTok and Twitch or whatever streams. I'm sorry, I'm not super familiar with all that stuff. But is there anything Strawhatlucas you want to say before you have to pop out?
Not really. I've got a Zoro video coming up, actually. It's an analysis of his character. I think he is driven by fear. Fear of what? I'm not going to say here. You'll have to wait for the video, so look out for that on the Last Arc YouTube channel. Also, ELIDZ, Adam, Cube, I'll see you guys, obviously, Sage as well. But Blump, thank you very much for having me. It was an amazing time. Par, it was a whole otherworldly experience talking to you. I've only been doing this for like 3 months, so mind blown by that. But yeah, thank you guys very much for having me.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, man.
Good seeing you.
Well,
I was just gonna say, while we're on a small human moment, I actually do need to shoot. I actually was only gonna stay an hour, and I've kind of overshot myself, so I need to go eat.
2 hours.
But yeah, I kind of oops.
You got caught in the moment.
Yeah, One Piece, man. One Piece.
I get it.
And she'll be SeaStoneSage will be on tomorrow with us in the Last Arc streaming the second D&D session for our group.
Hey, that's true. And I am the captain who was sent from God, aka fell out the sky, didn't know who everyone was, has somehow charisma's himself with no charisma as the captain, and now everyone thinks, yeah, they're some kind of lime god. Yeah, it's so dumb. I love it though. It's a really good time.
All right, then. Thank you, SeaStone.
That'll be tomorrow at 1.
Yeah.
Hey, Q, can you put her link in the chat? Her channel?
Yep, I'm gonna do that right now.
Appreciate it.
You guys definitely need to talk at some point on here about the future of the Seraphim, because at this stage, like,
that technology can't just disappear, right? Like
Yeah.
the Marines would have no way of handling like some of the pirates and forces that are aligning right now. So what happens to the Saffron, do you guys think?
They go out to space. They find
You
them.
reckon? That'd
I
be
mean,
fun.
yeah, it's either an island, like they give an island or something. I like Hidden Island's viewpoint of like the current Seraphims are probably what the oh, she peaced out.
Yeah, she
Okay.
had to go.
But
She definitely
she
went.
gave us that to continue the conversation. But I was just gonna say like the Hidden's idea is that the Lunarians were what the Seraphims are now. So the Lunarians being the Void Sentries, synthetic humans that were like, you know, did some kind of, you know, crazy situation, and we don't know how they ended up extinct, but I kind of like that route. And maybe the Seraphims being like, you know, they're kind of like sons, or I don't know. Yeah, I guess they'd be considered like king. All of them are king's sons at this point. Oh, that's a dope name. Wait, King's Sons. Oh wow, hold on. That's kind of cool. So like they established their own country or something like that. Maybe that's why Oda named him king, so he could be a king of the Seraphim or something like that, right?
Totally. I actually have a theory on that from a while ago about the Seraphims basically being the original cyborgs, and I think one of the huge clues to that. Oh, I'm drawing a blank on the name right now. The lady that owned the bar in Saboti.
Shaki?
Shaki, yes, Shaki. If you look at her collars, they might be the tips of ripped off wings. And I think that there might be a huge thing to the ancient civilization kind of creating essentially a slave race, and that was these robotic Lunarians, and the king's just the last one that's still functioning.
They were gods or considered gods at one point.
Well, I mean, gods, angels. What is an angel? An angel is a created being for a purpose. There's not much difference between the definition of an angel and a cyborg or robot to do your bidding.
Question
That's
is,
a great point. I actually have a
were they
video
conne-
coming out
Go
soon
ahead,
in which
ELIDZ.
I talk about the
The way you
history of
phrased
the
that was
word
actually
demon.
beautiful.
Demon started out being spelled Daemon, and it wasn't in reference to like hellish creatures. It was actually like guardian deities of the gods. So they were better than regular humans, but lesser than the almighty gods of Greek culture. So this idea that they could just be there's a sort of, these characters are heavenly or divine or basically above human level, but they're not exactly the very gods in place, I think could be referenced in the warlord system. And maybe in the past there was something similar to the warlord system, or I guess it's the other way around. The warlord system is emulating something from the past where they had these angelic or demonic, however you factor it in, beings that were doing the bidding of whoever was in charge at that point in the world order.
Totally. I love that.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting routes for where the Lunarians fit in. I wonder how closely Oda is going to be with like the sources for what Seraphims are and demons and all that too, because it's like he could make like a lot of things mold into one, or he could separate them out, like you're saying, like the D clan and then the Seraphims, they could be separate or they could be together. It's wild. And there's like so many plays, like I was talking in the chat, it's just like one thing about King is like he's for some reason wears an Impel Down outfit, and like it's like
yeah,
one-to-one to what Shiryu, one-to-one to Magellan, and it's like, why is he doing that? And like I had a theory a long time ago. It's like maybe like in a weird way, it was kind of weird. Like you would imagine that Who's Who was in Impel Down probably when he was like in prison or something. And then like, what if King was the one who told him about Sun God Nika? And it's like, maybe King was like trying to do something with that. And he was like recruiting people. Cause if like Who's Who was in prison and then ended up on Kaido's crew. So it's kind of like, there's that like pipeline, right? Of like, and then that wouldn't be the first pirate who was doing that, right? Blackbeard was doing that same thing where, you know, he went to Impel Down and freed people, but then in Who's Who story, it was people disappearing, right? And like we already had that conversation of people disappearing, and then the person was Ivankov, but like Who's Who is specifically like the Joy Boy Nika thing, and then we know like if like in the backstory, King was saying to Kaido like, you still like Kaido was like, you still believe I'm Joy Boy. So at some point it's like King wanted to push that. So wouldn't it make sense for King to like gather people who believed in like a liberator and then bring them under the thing? I haven't made that part of the video, but like the earlier part of King being the person who brought Who's Who in was there. And I could honestly see that because of what we saw out of Kaido, right? Like it would make sense that like King, if you were getting people into the crew, it'd be under the guise of like you want a liberator, right? Like, and we see that kind of like ride or die for Kaido amongst his crew, despite how like insane he was. Like those people were like, even the pleasures and the waiters, like they were all like, yo, Kaido #1, you know what I mean? Like they were that. And so it could make sense, full route of like one way or the other. And then, you know, the Seraphim or the Lunarians being like messengers of sorts and not necessarily like evil people, like those kinds of things. It all falls in an interesting way for sure.
Well, and that's something I think that's really cool too. Is like Impel Down's made at the bottom of the ocean. Okay, big shout out to Elson. He's a huge supporter of all these channels and is always commenting and always has great ideas. But he kind of turned me on to the idea that the ancient kingdom is the Chi Kingdom, which is Jichi, and it means a million things, but one of the biggest things it means is drumstick. And I think Oda's been playing with that as this Birdman kingdom, like Harvey Birdman, attorney at law, powered by the sun, all this stuff. Impel Down at the bottom of the ocean in the abyss would be the perfect place to originally house these ancient flying beings that they couldn't swim out, birds can't swim. They would be able to be the perfect kind of insulator to trap them in the beginning, and then now it's just become, you know, whatever for the Marines and stuff like that. But I love that idea, Par.
You think
Thank
maybe
you. Yeah, this man, it's so crazy. I don't know when I was having this thought. Was it this morning or yesterday? I didn't get sleep. There was taking care of the baby, but the idea that was kind of like crossing my mind was like, you would think that this far into the story, like there wouldn't be able to have theories and so many cool routes, but it feels like, if anything, now that we have, yeah, like I think what it is like, you know, before Wano especially, we didn't know the chessboard, right? We didn't know Sun God Nika, we didn't know Seraphim, we don't know Vegapunk, but now that we do know that, we like, you know, crazy theories pre-Wano is like, they like, you could say so many of those theories are just crazy, or you could go back and some of the theories that people loved might even be too small in scope of what the world government's capable of. But now it's like, it's more the merrier. It's sky's the limit. It's also just like, you know, now Oda told us like, you know, everything is fair game at this point, you know, like all the core religions, like
literally everything.
Yeah,
there's a great. I'll share the comic in the chat that we have, but I think that Oda kind of uses this. It's a 1980s comic that it is literally every single mythology mashed into one for you know, a newspaper comic, and it's got all sorts of crazy stuff or whatever, and literally in the bottom lines it's written all blue is written like 3 times in a row. 3 times if you're looking down, it's not like word for word, but like it's all blue XXX comma new sentence all blue again, new sentence all blue again. And I think that that's kind of Oda's, in his real life version of all blue, is this smorgasbord of mixing everything he's ever shown light to in his imagination or his concentration or attention, he is trying to put in this manga.
Yeah, it's so wild. It's so wild what Oda's doing
Just
here.
in the chat for you, Par.
Yeah.
I'd like to because I know. Oh, sorry.
Now go ahead, Q. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I know Par is soon about to leave, and it's a theory that TLA has been working on. And we know that you're a big love for Mihawk as a sword. So it's
Yes.
actually about the Wado Ichimonji, because we were
Mihawk
actually wondering
is a
if
goat.
the Wado.
He is a goat, or the goat.
He's the best sword around. He's the best. He's the best sword
goat.
around, at least.
And let me remind y'all, Shanks
so-
is a swordsman.
Mihawk would also fit into the Birdman Kingdom too, but go on, Cube.
Yep. So basically, if you're now with Wano, we know that swords have their own will, their own spirit, and we kind of get more about the curse on swords. And we're we actually believe that the Wado Ichimonji could be the reason why Kuina passed away.
Yeah, no, I love that idea, because so I had a few versions of thoughts about this, like what happens when you blacken the blade, right? Because right now we know that the Wado looks like Kozuburo, but maybe if you blacken the blade, maybe you have to do it. I've been hinting at it in my shorts. I can't say the full stuff in there because I'm like positioning it for the anime people, because they just crossed the episode where all like the Mihawk as a sword thing was born from chapter 1033. They just passed that episode. And so one of the main things that I'm leaning towards is I think like memories is what connects everything. And so like the black blade might be like a memory type of thing. So when Zoro forges a black blade, and if it's the Wado, then he might forge it in the memory of Kuina. And so now if after the fact, if Oda redrew the personification, it would be Kuina. And so that's one route. But I like that what you said too, because if anybody's watched JJK movie Zero, I had a live stream reaction to it on my second channel, and I literally paused the movie, and I was like, no way, like this story feels like Zorro. And then at the end of it, it was like 1-to-1, where it was just like, wait, this could just literally just be Zorro's backstory. This feels like a very like how spirits and ghosts and things like that manifest, especially in Japanese like folklore. The when like an unresolved will, so to say, like you stay in this space. And so if Kuina challenged the sword, right, like the Wado, and too prematurely, right, because she wanted to become the world's greatest and all this stuff, and fighting Zoro, she mentioned essentially like, I'm only going to be I'm paraphrasing, but I'm only going to be stronger than you for a little while. That's the fate of a female swordsman, which is just like a tragic thing. So then she thinks about that. It's like, I need to start now. I need to start early. So she challenges it, and then the Wado essentially takes her out. And one way or the other, the interesting part though about that line is like, since the Wado is Kozuburo, I don't know if if that's the personification, I don't know if it would treat Kuina in a bad way. But then again, we don't know. Maybe the Wado needs to. The thing is, it's like we don't necessarily know what. Like Enma can suck out your haki, right? We know that the Sandai Kitetsu apparently can like cut extra more than like the wielder wants. And I think the Shusui, if it can feel heavier than what is normally felt. So that's like an interesting route. We don't necessarily know that for the Wado, but it could be that now that we have the backstory for the Kozuburo, knowing that Kozuburo liked Zoro, it could be that's the reason why the Wado doesn't dislike Zoro, and that's why he wasn't affected by it when he got it. And but I think you had more points to add on to it.
Yeah, because that's the points that I like. First of all, and I've been saying that the only sword that he's had since the beginning that could have been present every time he used Ashura is the Wado Shimonji. That's the first thing. And also something I thought of, because I do like this idea is that everybody's connected to a specific thing in the world of One Piece. Like, Kuina was not chosen by the Wado. But what I like is, if you think about it, she dies. And I'm wondering if Tashigi, some shape or form, is just a new life of Kuina, because it does seem like it's an upgrade. She uses the Wado Shimonji, it's not hers. Kuina's, Tashigi's whole thing is she wants to gather all the swords, and that still follows in, because by taking the Yoro from Mihawk, she would have to still become #1 swordsman. So when you talk about memories, it kind of made me think like maybe each sword have something, and a specific people connect to a certain sword.
Yeah, no, I definitely see that. I mean, the whole Kuina Tashigi thing, I love that Oda put this in the SBS, like their connection, their similarity, or even if we go the inherited will route, it makes sense because they're probably just like sisters at this, or not sisters, like related, like cousins or something, because we don't know like 10 people off that ship that were a part of the Shimotsuki family, and like given everything about Tashigi, it would make sense. I think the separation being that Tashigi doesn't care for like world's strongest, she cares about the swords itself, and that's an interesting ambition on its own.
And not to cut
just
you off,
before Adam,
that's something that I think
Go
is
ahead,
so huge, Parvision.
Let Q go. Let him finish what he was saying.
Yeah, it's just one last point, and then you guys can spit. And that's something that, and I find it so interesting, is we see in Wano, there are powerful women swordsmen, but at the village, they talk how she'll be limited. I think they were talking about her inheriting the sword. Like the sword will not choose her because she's a woman. Like, because now I'm wondering if maybe, because we know that Enma wants a king, maybe the one that Shimonji wants a man. I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like it wants maybe a man, like it'll only be taken by a man. So it's
Enma really wants Sanji.
Exactly what that stuff is. We're all talking about that white sword that Zoro has. When does Mihawk specifically take a super huge interest in Zoro? It's when he decides to sheathe the Wado Ichimonjo or whatever sword and protects that over his own body. I think that is why Mihawk really liked Zoro, because he values that sword's life over his own, just like, perhaps Wayne to Mihawk.
I mean, that addition adds to my theory that Mihawk cares more about the swords.
I totally agree. I totally agree with your thing.
I never noticed that, but if what you're saying is true, and because I pointed out, like, he kept on, when they came to the training, he was just like, yo man, all your swords broke, you bum, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta get your hockey up so your swords don't break. And it's like, why, most other people would focus on the techniques and the gentle blade and other things, and obviously coding it would be important, but if the express purpose was, don't get a nick on your blade. I think that's what he said, like verbatim. And so it's like, there's an emphasis there. So what you're saying is like the moment he sheathed it, that's when Mihawk is like, all right, this guy is my guy. You know what I mean?
Prostrate himself like Christ. Like, hey, the sword is not gonna get damaged. Just do it to me. And obviously Mihawk could have cut him in half. But I think at that point he's like, okay, this is another, for lack of a better term, sword bearer spirit. And that it might be my next vessel.
Yeah, and so going back to the Kuina route, because I like that. I think, like, for example, if the JJK connection made sense, if any of you guys watch the movie Zero, you probably know what I'm getting at, but I'm not gonna spoil it. But like, essentially, like the Ashura thing and Kuina, like if that is the reason why he manifests that is because that is Kuina, that'd be kind of cracked. You know what I mean? Like that would be a really dope tie-in. I'd love that. And then like the Wado, Kuina, Mihawk, like those connections. I think what's another important thing is like, well, if Mihawk has been sailing the seas and fighting swordsmen, and now that we have Zoro's family lineage, like it wouldn't be too crazy to think that like maybe Zoro's father, because he was what was Shimotsuki, like his essential mother-in-law is Shimotsuki, right? So maybe he ended up wielding the Wado at some point, right? And then like maybe, you know, people had the theory that Mihawk fought Zoro's dad at some point, and so like maybe he recognizes it. Like maybe that sword is difficult to wield, and maybe that is how Zoro's father went, or something like that. Maybe, like you said, like maybe that sword is cursed for women, which is kind of crazy to think about, because what you said does make it is interesting, because Wano has Wano has female swordsmen, but the thing is, if you're talking about like Kiku specifically, she's more of an outcast, right? Like all of Odin's scabbards were outcast characters, you know what I mean? So like maybe it like in the structure of the Shimotsuki household, right? Like they didn't have that. And I actually had like a theory that Kiku specifically and Izo, they were from the Shimotsuki family, because their epithet is like the Kiku of the fallen snow, and Shimotsuki is frost moon. And when you think about like clan names, right, like you can't, like there's the main household, but there's the offshoot households that are derived from the main one. So if they are the fallen snow, isn't that's or it's like the raining snow or something like that, isn't that like
question for
that's
you,
like basically connected to the frost moon thing?
I got a question for you. Hold on, Adam. I got a question.
Hold on, but I know Parvision.
Do you think that Koshiro knew about the Wado's intention, and that's why he didn't want Kuina to be a swordsman?
That it is interesting, because he kind of just gave it up to Zoro. Like Zoro, in the grand scheme of things, he was just like this crying 7-year-old. Like he's just like, man, my rival died, give me that sword. It's like, you know what, like as a responsible adult, nah, you know what I mean? But then he kind of just gave it, and it did, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it didn't really make sense. So I feel like he had to have known something about that sword that's specific, and it might be here's another route where it doesn't have to be specifically a sexist sword, which is just hilarious. But there was a moment, and I think in the manga and in the anime, they highlighted this. And I say anime specifically because the anime had an entire episode of Zoro's backstory, and this is the very beginning of One Piece, and I feel like Oda definitely had to tie a hand into it, considering like all of the filler of Logtown is all canon. Oda wrote all of that. It just didn't fit in the manga. So I think Zoro's anime backstory is canon, in my opinion, and I think there's no part that kind of like refutes the manga thing at all. But the main thing that I think is important is when Zoro pulled out the 3-sword style, they kind of like were shook. Kuina and Koshiro were like, where did you get that from, you know? And so like that 3-sword style might be the important thing that made Koshiro realize that Zoro was the one. It might be that because Kuina was a 1-sword user, right? Maybe the Wado needed like a multiple sword user, and that could be the reason why the Wado is fine with Zoro, because Zoro is just for some reason built that way, whatever reason. But given that like the Wado's name is the road to peace or harmony, whichever translations you want to use. And the thing about harmony, and we've talked about throughout the entire conversation, is the thing about balance. And so like now that Zoro's sword is like the King of Hell, or Enma, King of Hell, and then his other sword's like a Demon Splitter, maybe there's like a balance that needs to happen. And so maybe having the 3 swords, and we don't know if Zoro keeps this sword till the end, or keeps the current set of swords at the end, but one way or the other, that could be another route, that the Wado tests somebody and their test is being able to handle multiple swords, because that might be the road to peace somehow, you know. So hey, like I like this direction about the Kuina going back to there, because that's my sauce. I think like the first 100 chapters, I think East Blue, I think like that is where Oda's coming back to. We're getting Shanks, we're getting Garp. Garp was in the forced him into the cover stories. Like so anybody who's going back to that part, I think you're doing it right. So
maybe Wado's kinky.
I think all that stuff has all of the main clues.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was something I wanted to mention. I not to disagree with you completely, Parvision, but I think we're all misinterpreting which sword exactly Mahawk is in possession of. When we first see him, his cross necklace has no necklace lace. It's just that cross in the middle of him. And that thing he calls a fruit knife, I'll send you some images privately or whatever. But when he pulls out that knife, it connects completely to a mask that looks like a cross and Luffy's body on the back page. And that's the one he uses originally. I think that he is, and I also think that that knife that he uses as like the comes out of his cross thing or whatever is the knife that Luffy stabbed himself in the face with. I have a whole video on it called the Judas Kiss of One Piece, which where Luffy's scar is exactly where all ancient art depicts Judas kissing Jesus after he's betrayed him. And I think it's kind of Luffy signaling, his one weakness, which we know is knives and stuff being rubber. But I think that Mahawk is actually in that cross-shaped knife, and that the sword is looking for a wielder, and Mahawk is not it. And he sees, Zoro with all this stuff protecting the sword, all being tied into that idea that, hey, this is the guy that can actually wield me, even if he only has one arm, which I think eventually Zoro will have. He could wield me with this, and the little, fruit cutting knife is what Mahawk is. This little, type, lack of a better word, parasite.
Yeah, no, that is a fun direction for sure. Because like someone came to me recently. It's so like before I go, like it's so fun to just put out the thoughts, and then like people come back with so many cool ideas. Like the Fraud Valley is the one that a lot of people have been talking about recently, but I've been bringing up the Mihawk as a sword thing again. And someone said like, yo, what if Mihawk is the katana? Because he had a katana. Oda drew him with a katana when he was a child, and then he doesn't have it anymore. So it's like maybe that was originally him, or maybe that was the important sword and he's hiding that. Like there's so many like in the context that you're talking about, like maybe that's the sword Mihawk wants to give to Zoro, right? Because like he's not the proper wielder, Zoro is. And I think what's interesting about that sword, it's a special one and it doesn't have a hilt or whatever. So that would be kind of better for his like mouth, But I don't know.
I think y'all overlooking an important aspect of the Wado. I think it's just a kinky sword and it just like to be bit. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, no, I was just about to say that.
True.
Like if
eating out might be a very real thing, no pun intended.
My one
Kuina wasn't kinky enough for it.
And I know Parvision's married, wives love it.
The one gripe I would have with the Wado being Kuina is that is out of pocket for what Zoro's been doing this entire series. Just throw it out there. But hey, listen, Oda has done crazier things, and I one way or the other, I think these sword things are going to be super important because like he's building them up in parallel to the technology and parallel to the devil fruit. Someone actually said to me in one of my recent posts, like, I don't think swords are going to be that important. And I was like, I don't know about that. We got some ways to go.
I'm wrong.
Yeah. So like one way or the other, dope conversations, guys. I got to head out. Thank you guys for bringing the David Bowie thing. I'm still thinking about that one for sure.
Message me sometime on Discord. You're blocked or whatever, but if you can message me or whatever, I got tons of stuff. I mean, I'd love to talk to you.
Yeah. I sent you a friend request already.
What you got going on, Par, before you leave?
Yeah.
What you got going on that that we can expect from you? What can we expect from you coming out?
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm pushing one of my main agendas right now is the Zoro's a mink one. It's just too important. I think it makes so much sense where it's like if Sanji has Lunarian DNA and then Zoro has mink DNA, it goes back to even Thriller Bark where they didn't have it was just their shadows fighting. Their shadows were shadow boxing still. And it would make sense if in their DNA they were like cats and dogs, and it might be that Lunarians and minks might be like two sides of the same coin, given that like the minks revere the moon, not revere, but they're around the moon, and Lunarians, their names around the moon. So like that's and then the parallel in Onigashin, which I talk about in my recent video. I'm gonna be pushing like a dedicated one about that, especially since Beppo just came out, because a whole DNA sequence just got unlocked in my head. But in terms of, you know, a more tame ones that people could, you know, they hear the headlines and they're excited for, the one I'm working on 2 videos, Blackbeard specific videos. I think I might have figured out what Blackbeard's end of series is gonna look like. And the next video after that is what the like stepping stones for that, like in regards to his like crew, like what kind of powers we're gonna see out of them. So that's like where my head's at right now. And then the other part's just hey guys, I know I put out like 40-minute videos, they're too long. I'm putting out shorts every single day, and so support me there. TikTok doesn't like me, but YouTube does. And so always appreciate what you guys do. Jin, thank you for all the art, incredible art, insane art.
Thank you for listening and being an inspiration.
I love being here, guys. Blum, thank you for
spitting.
Hey,
thanks for spitting.
Thanks for coming through, Par. I know you couldn't stay the whole time, but you know, I
later,
appreciate you
brother.
showing despite how you felt.
I'm gonna message you later with some notes because I've been saying that I believe Joy Boy is half mink, half Lunarian, so that would be incredibly poetic considering we think that Sanji and Zoro are the ones to support Luffy. If they had the 2 halves of that.
Exactly. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. ELIDZ, Ragnar, Cube, all you guys, NNN. Yo, shouts to Bangladesh, you know. But thank you guys all. Definitely hit me up. Yeah, I'm gonna head out.
Right,
thank you guys.
See ya.
Keep these going, Blum.
Thank you, Par.
Appreciate it.
Peace out.
Peace. All right. That was a lot. You know, you hold my guy.
Okay, so
Parvision, it's like the alien with the acid. We all just fucking melt and love it.
I want ELIDZ, you got, you know what I mean? I know you might have something to say. Any theories that you've been, you know, conjuring up in your head?
Yeah, well, you guys talk about the burn scar. Man, I wasn't here for that, so I guess I could just give my take on that real quick.
Okay.
The first, I see a lot of people say the man marked by flames, and I don't know where that's from. I'm not saying that's not a correct translation. I just, maybe someone could enlighten me why people say that instead of burn scar, because I read the Viz translation, it says burn scar.
The non-official one had the non-official one had the other one, and only the Viz had the right one. That's why.
Okay.
So people are stuck between both.
Okay. Well, going by the whole, just calling it burn scar, not marked by flame, my best guess is Saul, because his entire body was frozen. His epidermis, his top layer, was frozen. We know he wasn't definitely literally completely frozen because he would be dead. So we know at the very least his top layer was frozen. So then that can lead to ice burn. So even though that's not fire, it could still count as a burn scar. That's one thing.
Yeah.
You guys brought up just the timing of it, where the most latest time it was mentioned, Aokiji then mentioned Saul right after. So there's a whole timing about it. In my most recent theory about Kid, I make some connections between him and Vegapunk, and Kids is the very first person to bring up the burn scar, and Vegapunk is the very first person to let us know that Saul is alive. And which interesting, just looking at those two, what is the connection there? You know, it would seem like there's not really anything there, but when you actually look at their themes, especially the fact that, you know, his name is Vegapunk, he has a character that's based off Daft Punk. Then you look at Kid's crew, they're all based off of Punk Band. Their ship is literally called the Victoria Punk. It's even V Punk. So I think Oda is setting up a connection there. And if there's a connection there, it makes it all the more reasonable why it would be Saul, since they're the two people one brings up this Burn Man, the other brings up the Saul is alive. And then my third thing is, I actually predicted that Saul was alive. You can go on my channel and see I have a video called Saul is Alive. And I credit it to Kuzan, Aokiji, because earlier you guys said, you know, do you think he is still alive? Do you think he intended to let him live? Well, Aokiji's the whole reason I thought he was alive in the first place, because the attack he used on him is called Ice Time Capsule. And if you know what a time capsule is, it is something you seal at one point that is meant to be unsealed at another point. So it's a very specific name for Oda to give that attack, Ice Time Capsule. He could have called it any other thing. I mean, he could have just called it Ice Age, Ice Century, Ice Millennia, but he specifically called it Time Capsule. So I don't think that's like a fourth wall breaking reference because it's coming out of Aokiji's mouth. So if he calls it that, then to me, that makes me think that he intended it for it to be unsealed another time. So that means he knows that Saul was going to live, and he was just putting up a front for him to die. And I think a lot of people saw the last chapter, because of the way Aokiji's talking about Sword, it makes it seem like he's not a part of Sword, because he's talking about it as if it's this other entity. But at the same time, if he's a part of Sword, isn't the whole point is to like not acknowledge it? So I don't think that rules him out of being a part of Sword. And the way he's talking about it is that you become an unofficial member. Well, then that would perfectly explain why he's part of a pirate crew. I mean, just look at Drake. He's literally an unofficial Marine member that was in a crew. And you talk about the black ship. Well, what's the color of Drake's ship? It's a black Marine ship. Because black is the opposite of white. Marines embody white, but then you have a Sword member like Drake, well, then they go the opposite direction. So it makes sense why Kuzan would be involved in that, because he dons a lot of black. In fact, he donned black even before he became a admiral. If you look in the backstory, he has a lot of black on, which is very abnormal for Marine characters to have black. It kind of reminds me of Anakin Skywalker, where even before he became Darth Vader, he was already donning black. So it's almost like it's showing us, even before they have a turn, there's a hint there that something's gonna make them go the other direction. So that's my take on the bird story.
And
I
that's
kind of think that
something
I think Aokiji and Akainu could be in cahoots. You know, like maybe
Bro.
at the end of their fight they somehow made a deal, possibly. Because why didn't Akainu just kill Aokiji?
Sure.
You know, why didn't he just kill him?
It's a great point.
You know,
And if you look at when the Gorosei brings up brings up Aokiji to Akainu, he changes the subject. He just gets mad at them. He's like, whatever, and changes the subject. He didn't even really seem all that upset that Kuzan is in the Blackbeard. For as a hothead that he is,
yeah,
he was just like, whatever. It's really abnormal because we know he kind of overreacts to everything. So
yeah.
that was kind of out of character the way
And
he
the
responded
sword
to the
tattoo.
Gorosei.
And
Yeah,
the sword
Well, and
tattoo. Akainu's
I
not a
play a
swordsman.
lot
Why he
like
got a sword on his chest?
Totally. Akino has that. I play a lot with anagrams on my channel, and the Nika fruit is an anagram for Anakin.
I like
So
that.
tied in with Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader and all that stuff, I think is very possible.
I'm telling y'all, Kizaru is the real admiral y'all gotta worry about. Not Akainu.
Also, when
Not Akainu.
Smoker, when Akainu sees Smoker on Punk Hazard, he says something that's a little odd. I'll try to, when I'm not talking, look up the panel just to give you guys reference. But off the top of my head, he says something to Smoker like, "I'm still me," or like, "Relax, I'm still me," or something like that. And it's just this weird thing, as if there would be some reason he's not himself. Instead of just being like, "I'm still one of the good guys," he specifically says, "I am still me," which I've always found odd.
Smoker.
And Kuzan says it to
Oh,
Smoker.
yeah, okay. Yeah. I think last chapter tried to make us believe that Aokiji is like really a part of Blackbeard, the Blackbeard Pirates. But I'm saying the fight, him and Garp, I think is just the really showcase, or it's really to maintain the trust of the Blackbeard Pirates. That's what I believe. And I don't think Garp necessarily knows. Like, I'm starting to think that Garp might not actually be in the know, you know. But if he like, what kind of like, how symbolic is that if he's the one that brings down the guy that he looks up to the most, you know? Like, Blackbeard can never ever question Aokiji's loyalty. If Aokiji helps defeat Garp. Even though I think Garp is probably gonna get jumped. I think the Blackbeard Pirates are probably gonna do some dirty stuff to take down Garp. I don't think he's gonna be killed. I know a lot of people think he's gonna be killed in this fight. But if Kobe end up escaping, I think Blackbeard is going to pretty much use Garp for the same reason he wanted to use Kobe for. That's not to say I don't think Garp will eventually die. I just don't think he's going to be killed in this fight. You know.
I agree. Honestly, I agree. And I tell people, sorry, but when you see how Whitebeard, who was already sick when he came to Marineford, how hard it was to take him down, I don't see Garp, who is semi-active, being taken down, that way, So I could see him being defeated, but not killed.
Yeah.
True. And I actually have a video on my channel. I just posted yesterday. It's by far my best performing video. We almost had 10,000 views, but it's all about kind of rocks, either maybe having a parasite, a fungus, or a coral power, and actually residing inside of Garp.
Nice.
I seen somebody that was you posted that Garp being
yes
rocks.
And Cube has other points that are the same, the same result or whatever. But I think it might really be something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So basically, the last few months, Adam and we realized we were all working on the side that Garp might be rocks. He had his view, I have my view, and basically, my video is coming out in 2 weeks' time.
Ragnar, you
so you can see that.
I think Ragnar wanted to say something, and he been kind of quiet, so I want to give him the floor, and then I'll give NN the floor as well, because I know NN been, he might want something to say as well. But go ahead, Ragnar.
I just wanted to call back to the earlier conversation with Zoro and swords, and then Mihawk, etc. I wanted to ask everybody on the panel, no need to go super in depth, but who do you think Zoro's fight is before Mihawk?
Who is Zoro fighting before Mihawk?
Yeah, his last fight right before Mihawk.
Something low key, I've been having this feeling deep inside that he might not even fight Mihawk. Low key. I think Shilu might end up doing something dirty to Mihawk and end up killing him or something. But that's just something, just a gut feeling I got. Maybe Shilu, if he is gonna fight Mihawk, I think Shilu's gonna come either before Mihawk or after Mihawk, one or the other. But I think Shilu is gonna be a big fight for Zoro. And maybe the S-Hawk. Possibly S-Hawk, But
honestly, I'm gonna say this. I don't know when, because you dropped Shiryu, and I think Shiryu is the best guess. But I always said, I do feel around that time there is going to be a fight Zoro Tashigi, because I do feel like that lockdown situation where she talked about she's gonna gather all the sword, even the Yoru that's in possession of Mihawk. I do feel like it could be a thing where Zoro might have a fight with Tashigi before. I don't think it'll be a hard fight, but it'll be more plot driven than anything else. I like to bring that up. People don't talk about that much.
Zoro fighting Tashigi.
Yeah, I see some sort of fight, especially how Zoro is going up. Pretty soon, Tashigi is getting other swords. Pretty soon, it's going to be a slim list, and Zoro and Mihawk are for sure on top of that list.
It's going to be Tashigi versus Hiyori for Zoro's love. That's what.
Ooh.
I'm joking. we know Hiyori wanted some of that boss head. What you say, Ragnar?
Say it again. The reason I brought this up was because I personally, someone I think put this on Zoro before he gets to Mihawk, and I think it's about time that he returns to the story. Canonically, and I think it's Shiki.
You think Shiki and Zoro might fight?
I honestly do think. Yeah, I honestly do think Shiki is one of the most genuine, if you were to think of one, highest level swordsman besides Mihawk. I think he was an actual swordsman in comparison to all the people keep on confusing he's just a man who uses swords, not a swordsman. I think Shiki is such a swordsman that when he lost his legs, he replaced them with swords. Come on. You don't get more swordsmen than Shiki.
Why
When you literally
not
become
Sanji
one.
versus Shiki though? It's the
'Cause
battle of the
specifically, I
kicks.
see where you're going with the yellow on yellow, but
She
my
keeps throwing them
include
sword
more of
kicks.
agenda.
Actually, I might have something that back up Ragnar. I might have something for you. Basically, the inspiration for Zoro, it's a French sword bandit, and in the storyline, in his life, he sells his ship to two pirates, and one of them is Gel de le Cat, which basically means Gel the Cat, and he's described as the captain of the Yellows, which, you know, Chiki being a golden lion, the yellow, I do feel like there might be a connection to that. So there are connections between the inspiration of Zoro and Shiki's characters.
Well, I appreciate. I didn't know about that, and that actually helps. I will be sure to try to remember that when I actually drop this video at some point. Well, the idea is, right? You know how Zoro stole Firefox style from Kinemon, never taught him it. He just saw it a few times, and he's like, "Let me just steal that technique." You know that?
Yeah.
I think Zoro stole another technique from someone, and it's the technique that was used to kill his dad. And I'm pretty sure everyone knows this technique. It's like his most famous one sword style technique, and it literally is called the Lion Song. In reference to like the Golden Lion Shiki, I think Shiki cut down Zoro's dad using the Lion Song. And what makes that even more interesting is, what if the
we lost
what if the literal thing that think about it this way. What if the person
keep losing Ragnar?
Give me a second. I'm thinking, what if the person that killed Zoro's dad wasn't just like a random pirate, but was actually his grandfather? I think Shiki was Zoro's grandfather, and he was Terra's father, and I think that's where it stems from.
Bruh,
It stems to like a bunch of other things in the background, like the origin of where they came from, the hair color, etc.
If Zoro fights Shiki and defeats him, that's only gonna feed the whole idea that Zoro like hunting black characters. Just saying.
I see where you're going with that.
I don't know if Oda want to go that route.
Well, if you think about the fact that Zoro is connected to Wano,
I also want to say later, NNN he had to dip, I guess. So shout out to NNN. If I'll put his the link to his channel. I'll put it, no worries,
bro. I'm putting it now.
Appreciate that.
I'm putting it right now.
Appreciate that, Q. But yeah, y'all go show NNN some love. Go subscribe to his channel. Go support him. All right, Ragnar. Sorry, I just wanted to say bye.
It's all good. So, like, if you think about the fact that Shiki's connected to Wano, and that's just a hypothetical, we don't know that for sure yet, but I think it makes more sense that Shiki's connected to Wano than a lot of other characters you've seen in the story that we think is connected to Wano. I like Tachii example. Like, I think Tachii is connected to Wano, but there's more connection with Shiki being there because the Kurozumi woman that brainwashed Orochi showed a younger version of Shiki, at least what I assume to be a younger version of Shiki. And if the Wano borders were closed the entire time, there should be no reason for her to know what Shiki looks like at all, in my opinion, unless Shiki was there at some point in his youth. Now, if you just put that together, Shiki would know about the legendary blacksmith, because that's what Oden's father calls him, the legendary blacksmith, Kozaburo. He would know about it. Then you think about the name of Shinosuke Village. I am not saying this is a guarantee, but Shiki probably holds, other than Whitebeard, Roger, other than Shanks, he probably, Shanks is not confirmed, but I think he owns one of the supreme grade blades, which is a dual blade like thing, where if you think about Zoro going towards two swordsman style, who was he trying to emulate? The strongest swordsman he had ever seen at that point, which was probably Shiki, a two sword style user. There was nobody else to give Zoro that influence other than the person that I'm suggesting right now, which would be Shiki, the person that killed his dad. And if Zoro that became a pirate hunter to hunt down the pirates that killed his parents, like they mentioned in SBS, he would have to be the world's strongest swordsman to beat that pirate. Because I think around that time when Shiki was still active, he was probably the world's strongest swordsman.
You could, but you don't think like maybe Shimoskis are they're just kind of drawn to doing two sword style though. That's why like when you look at it, their symbol is two swords. So maybe it's kind of it's just a thing they're just drawn to.
See, I would agree with that if it wasn't the case that everyone we saw in the dojo was using one sword style, including Kuino, which was was more advanced than everybody else on that island. That was around Zoro's age, but they never stepped into two swords. Even the senseis, when they were instructing them, never did it. The only person that ever got offered two swords was Zoro. And even Kozaburo, when he gave him swords, he gave him two swords, but he gave Kuino one. I think that symbolized that everybody understood why Zoro was training two sword style. That's where I'm at.
Interesting point. I mean, I don't really have much of an argument. I mean, will Shiki return in the story though? You know, like that's the question. Is he the lurking legend or is Rox the lurking? I personally think Rox is I guess both of them could return, but I kind of think Rox might end up being the one to return, and I think Blackbeard is trying to bring back Rox. Part of the reason why he might need Boa's devil fruit.
I just think he has no idea what that even means.
What?
I think that Blackbeard is doing all that stuff, but he has no idea what any of that stuff means. I think Blackbeard's a cuttlefish, which is a type of squid, but it's the actual only squid that doesn't sleep. And the etymology of it starts with bag. And I do essentially think that Blackbeard is the bag that holds Peter Pan and Tinkerbell's fairy dust. And he's doing all this stuff for someone else to capitalize on what he has in the bag. And I think Blackbeard's in for a rude awakening when he gets whenever he achieves what he's trying to achieve. I think it's gonna take over his body and cruise powers and all that stuff.
Blackbeard's a hippo. Telling y'all, he's a hippo.
Well, hippo originally, I think we talked about the last stream or whatever with ELIDZ, that a hippo originally meant like horse and seahorse in particular, and all these horsemen of the apocalypse, opening the gates of hell, all those things. I think that Blackbeard's pretty much, essentially a cog in the wheel of this world-ending event that happens and cleanses the world every so often in the One Piece world.
You know Blackbeard. You know hippos got 3-chamber stomachs, right? And Blackbeard.
I do. He has
a number. He has a thing.
The actual real Blackbeard worked for the Marines, and in particularly the government, the governor of Virginia, and he was betrayed at Orca Cove, or Oka-Cola Cove, which is part Frankie's name with the cola and part orca, meaning a whale or a sea beast in some sort. And I think that all of that stuff is Blackbeard essentially being a tool for the Marines, for the world government, without him knowing it. The best slave or the best worker you could ever get is to make them think they're doing it for themselves. And I think that Blackbeard is the main example of that. And one of the huge clues for that is Shanks in Chapter 1. Every single thing that is happening in the story now is all referenced in Chapter 1. And Blackbeard's representation is half of Shanks's face. And if you look at Shanks in all the panels, he almost shows two different expressions every single time between the half that has no scar and the half that has a scar. And I think that Blackbeard, or the idea of Blackbeard kind of being present in all of these things in the background, has been there since page 1.
I think Blackbeard being manipulated by Rox. I think Blackbeard's like Zetsu from Naruto, and Rox is like Kaguya, where
I would agree.
Zetsu
I would agree.
bringing back
A new
Kaguya.
video, but I kind of think the same thing about how he's almost like a Voldemort Horcrux, and he's split his soul into all sorts of individuals and things, all attempting to come back and be this lurking legend.
I'm telling you, we're gonna get a curve. We're gonna get a curveball where we're gonna learn that Aokiji's not really the official 10th Titanic captain, and it's gonna be Teachers who's the 10th Titanic captain, because Rox is gonna emerge and be the real leader of the the crew.
Oh, and that's something that's crazy is who do you think's in charge of the Blackbeard pirates? Because one of the huge kind of clues in the whole series is this idea of a Fisher King, and a Fisher King is always presented. They have a wound on their groin. They cannot reproduce, but in nightly stories, that was always presented as someone just sitting down to kind of hold their dignity and not show that they essentially had no dick. And when we look at every single pirate crew, you can see huge clues of who is sitting down as who is in charge. Whitebeard sitting down, he's in charge. Mahawk sitting down, he's in charge. Shanks, when we first see him sitting down, he's in charge. But when the Blackbeard pirates present themselves at Marineford, Lafayette is actually sitting down. And he's the one who's kind of been moving all these things in the background, trying to get Blackbeard in these positions of the 7 warlords and all that stuff. And I think that something inside of Lafayette, I don't know if he's a bird like Hattori or whatever, but I think that there's something inside of him that is kind of guiding these Xebec remnants to eventually form. I think Panaman will be formed, I said that earlier, but I think another formation of this stuff will be Rocks, which a funny, huge connection with Rocks is the word Rocks, the word cloud originally meant rocks. It was you can look it up, Wiktionary, whatever. But clouds, the word cloud originally meant rocks. And I think that all has to do with Uranus and all this stuff and crazy clues. But they're just huge kind of etymology things that I think Oda plays around with, like it's a second nature.
I'm gonna let Q go. I just want to say this. I'm gonna let Q go, but I'm gonna just say this. So you're saying that Blackbeard is really Obito, and Lafitte is Zetsu.
Yes. I think Blackbeard would essentially be, what was that black thing from Naruto? The white and black creature that was like behind the scenes.
Zetsu.
I think Blackbeard's essentially a cuttlefish Zetsu, and he is gathering all this stuff, most likely, in my opinion, for Shanks.
Go ahead, Q.
Okay, so because I'm gonna, it's close to midnight, so after this I'm gonna have to hop off. But all I can say is because you Blunt were talking over a year about the Vex coming back, in which we work on something in which it is true, but I have a better parallels than what you're saying. And Xebex is Don Krieg, Jin is Blackbeard. I think that's the parallel that Oda wanted to portray in the story.
I like that.
Yeah.
And even
the snippet. Wait, Adam, just to finish, the snippet is Don Krieg and Blackbeard are the only ones who have the ship with the word saber on it, as well.
I really like that. And then the Don Krieg stuff, when we see him, lose to Luffy or whatever, I think there's lots of cyborgs and crazy stuff in the One Piece world, and Don Krieg being one of these cyborgs, and Craig means a lining or a masking or a covering. To don one. I think there's a huge aspect of the One Piece world that are these like cyborg things, and Don Krieg has the same exact positioning as Garp the Hero in his big panel during God Valley. And I think that they were all kind of tied to this idea, what you were saying, of being not only symbolism-wise recreations of this original God Valley group and breaking up and all this stuff, but also literal new versions in the world as well.
Yeah, and the last thing, and it goes well because in your theory you talk about the world according to Garp, and as we believe Garp is rocks. Don Krieg came to the story that wanted Zev's. Yeah, he wanted Zev's logbook, which is very interesting because if you take Blackbeard's ship, Saber Xebex could mean either Portuguese or Spanish, can mean knowledge of Xebex or to know Xebex. And the world according to Garp is all about someone who lost his memories, and while writing a book, he regains his stories that he's writing are his past memories, which is interesting. And so I think Blackbeard, the difference with Don Krieg is he has a Xebex's logbook.
Ooh,
that would be the reversal. And I tell people, like, if you look at Don Krieg, he says something very similar to Blackbeard. If I have Zev's logbook, I would rule paradise. Like Blackbeard wants to rule the new world. Yeah. So yeah.
Is that really
listen, I
Blackbeard,
wanted
or
to
is that
appreciate-
Zebek talking through Blackbeard?
Exactly.
Yep. Good question.
Because
Yeah.
I bring it out, I bring it up all the time, but we can never forget the panel where we seen Blackbeard and Jaya, and when Zoro, this was after Zoro and Luffy and Nami met, what's the name? The guy with the springs, spring leg. I can't remember. I forget his name. Work for Doflamingo.
Bellamy.
Yeah.
Bellamy, yeah.
This was that after that scene, right? And we
Yeah.
see Blackbeard. He was like in the middle of the like the street, and Nami say, "What's up with that guy?" And then what does Zoro and Luffy say? It's not that guy, it's them, or it's they, or something. Like, it's multiple people.
Exactly.
Now, a lot of people say it's the Blackbeard pirates, but they were nowhere in sight, so we can't really confirm that.
Mm-hmm.
We can't confirm that. So, to me, that says there's something with Blackbeard, as in maybe he was hiding his crew within his devil fruit powers, or maybe he has multiple souls, or, you know, the triplet theory. I remember there was a triplet theory a while ago, but yeah, you know,
And
right here. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna have just to hop off, but before I hop off, I want to thank everyone for letting me speak. You know, Blanc, thank you, give me the opportunity, even though I was a substitute. You know, but I appreciate it. But the last thing I'll tell you is, I think you were right about Blackbeard not being the captain, but I don't think he's. Yeah, but I don't think he's the 10th Titanic captain. I think Blackbeard is his first mate. Rox is going to be the captain.
Yeah, I mean both. You know.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean.
But yeah, but
You're right.
yeah, but thank you guys. Check out the last arc. We're working on some crazy content, and you won't regret it. And thanks
Right.
everyone.
Shout out Q.
As always, amazing talking to you.
Yeah, it's
Later,
amazing.
brother.
Not amazing to talking to all of you, and those you're all goated in my books for
Yeah.
sure. See you guys.
Appreciate you, Q.
See ya.
Shout out to him in the last arc and everything. But that would explain why Blackbeard doesn't sleep, because if he has multiple personalities or souls and someone's always up, they're always awake. Like, if Teach is asleep, Zebek might be up, right? So, you know, that's kind of my thought. And I think one of his souls is Zebek, and I think he's trying to take Zebek out of himself and put in... That's why I think he needs Moria, and I think he needs Boa Hancock, her ability. Because
Yes.
I think Zebek's body could be petrified. That's why he needs Boa's ability to unpetrify Zebek's corpse. And he needs Moria to take the shadow from him and put him into the corpse. Pretty much reanimate Zebek's corpse through the shadow. And it wouldn't kill him because he'll still have his own shadow.
Well, into whose body?
In Zebek's corpse. That's why you need.
No, I totally agree with you. I think along those same lines. Whose body in this new world? Who has the best body that he would want to inhabit? Because it's not Blackbeard. His body is very weak and is drawn to pain. It would be Luffy.
You mean who are you talking about, Zebek?
Yes.
Well, I'm saying Zebek will already be in Blackbeard's body.
I think his like a Horcrux. I think his body is split up into many different entities. But I agree. Why would he want Blackbeard's body when it is?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Verbatim said the
That's not what I'm
weakest
saying.
body to attack in the universe.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he needs Moria to take the shadow from his body, from Blackbeard's body.
Yes, I agree. To move it to a new vessel. Who would be that vessel?
To Rox's corpse. That's why he needs Boa.
I think that's a huge possibility. I do really like that. I do really think that him being kind of a statue in stone, like a Little Mermaid Eric, Prince Eric or whatever, could be very possible.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, if let's say Zebek was petrified, like let's say he was petrified, and I don't see it at the same light as like if he was frozen by Aokiji. Like if you're petrified for a length of time, I think you would probably die. Right? I would think you would die. And you unpetrify the body would still be Zebek's body would probably be lifeless. But if Zebek's soul is within Blackbeard, he would need a way to transfer Zebek's soul from his body, from Blackbeard's body, into Zebek's old body or original body. Like his body might still be preserved because it was turned to stone, but so it might still be in tip top shape. But it's just
I do really
be.
like that, and my kind of counterpoint to that would be in America, as Bluff knows, she's actually pretty close to it. There's something called the Petrified Forest, which is a national park where trees have almost literally turned into gems, and then when you cut them up inside of them, they are petrified wood, and it's all beautiful looking and all this stuff or whatever. Well, the word petrified means extremely afraid. So I do wonder if at God Valley, once he was kind of ganged up on, he split himself like a fungus or a coral or a piece of seaweed, and kind of is in waiting all these bodies or whatever. And that would kind of tie into what you're saying about, hey, my thing is with that is if he's just trying to get back to his petrified body.
We lost Adam.
Think that would be a proper conduit for achieving his goals now if it already lost once.
You said hold on. You said if he gets back to his petrified body, and then what?
Since that body already lost to a gang up of the world's best and strongest, why would he think that would be a proper route to go to attain his dreams? My thing would be he would want a new body that's stronger that would be available to essentially overcome what he wasn't able to in his body.
Well, he will also probably have devil fruits that he didn't have before.
Oh yeah, he's gonna have the whole Blackbeard's crew.
Well, I'm saying
I think he'll have all 10.
Like Blackbeard probably is able to have multiple devil fruits because of Zebek. So when he loses Zebek, one of those abilities might also go back to Zebek as well. So.
Yeah, no, I like I was saying with the bag thing, I think they all are. I think the reason he's able to hold so many, aside from multiple hearts and cuttlefish and squid and all this stuff, is that he is essentially holding this stuff for someone else to utilize.
Ragnar, or ELIDZ, Ragnar, y'all want to get into this? I know y'all been kind of. I want to get y'all involved as well. I know we kind of take.
ELIDZ wants to go first. I want to go because I have something
Sure.
to say.
I did make a short on this idea of remnants of rocks. Credits to Q because that's who I first heard it from, and I've seen Adam also has great theories on it. I'm really looking forward to see how both of those develop. I really like seeing similar theories and how they diverge. But my thing is I didn't go deep into it at all or anything. That's why it was a short. I just released this video on how it's just really interesting the way Aokiji as a kid looks like an adult. I can try to pull the picture up real quick for you. But yeah, for some reason, when Aokiji was a kid, he is holding this bottle that looks like an alcoholic beverage. He is wearing a tie for whatever reason, and his face, he just looks so like disgruntled. Like, I don't know if you ever seen, there's multiple memes where it's like a newborn child and just that look on their face. It's like, oh, they've been alive for 20 years. Aokiji has that. Or Kuzan has that. The way he just has this frown on his face. And like, there's characters we've seen as kid who they look upset because they probably are poor and they have trauma and stuff. But there's just something about Kuzan's face that just really looks like mature.
He's a worn down adult.
Yeah. And so there's a couple of interesting things surrounding this idea. For one, if let's say that's Rox's body, de-aged, the devil fruit we know that de-ages people is Julie Bonnie's fruit. But we know that for humans or like living beings, it's temporary. But we've seen her use it on an inanimate object, and when she used it on an inanimate object, it was an oil. she called it oil shock or something like that. And what if somehow, some way, Aokiji always had an affinity towards ice? Whether it was he already had the ice devil fruit or someone close to him had the ice devil fruit. And the de-aged oil was used on him, and then the ice was used to keep that oil there, basically in place, frozen. That's one thing, just throwing out there. But another thing is, what does rocks mean? One of the terms for rocks is actually ice. You know, oh, I want to rum on the rocks.
Yep.
That means you want
it's
your
true.
drink with
I
ice.
never look at that.
When Kuzan was first introduced in the story, his central theme was about Robin betraying other pirates, other organizations, but mainly pirates. The whole arc, Enies Lobby, Water 7, that was all set in motion by Kuzan threatening Robin. That's the whole reason Luffy knew he had to get stronger. That's the whole reason Robin felt like she had to turn herself in. That whole thing started from Kuzan getting on her case about betraying others. And what we know about the Rocks crew is that there was constantly betrayal going on. In fact, it's implied that was the downfall, was betrayal. So it's just interesting that that theme, that core theme, is present in both characters.
Yeah.
And then you got the obvious. He's in Blackbeard's crew. We know Blackbeard has a connection to Zabet. So there's just a couple of things. You know, it's not a strong theory.
True betrayal with that Thatch guy stealing the fruit. The same lines.
Yeah, and I think that's what you know, my idea of devil fruit gravity, which is all the more relevant when you're talking about Blackbeard because his power is literally over gravity. But my idea of devil fruit gravity is that devil fruits draw in their users that eat them. So the idea that it almost required someone to do something evil in order to eat the yami yami fruit. Because you got to think about it. Thatch already had the yami yami fruit. What if there was like just some force, unexplainable force that was preventing him from eating it? It was like this fruit is like, no, you can't eat me. You have to do something to be worthy of eating me. Then comes Blackbeard, kills his crewmate. Now finally a worthy user.
Well, and that's something I wanted to actually ask you, ELIDZ, was we've kind of talked a little bit about the words liberation and stuff. The only person outside the Drums of Liberation that we've seen use that word is Blackbeard. And I've talked before about how the liberation means freeing your own slaves. It means giving freedom to people that you own. Emancipation would actually be the proper term for freeing people from a separate power. And I wonder what your thoughts are on about how Blackbeard is tied to the liberation word, almost more so than Luffy, aside from a criminal elephant saying it.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. I would argue ends of the same spectrum, because that one means that they're just completely opposite. The other means that they actually have a core similarity, but they're two different ends of it. So with them both being two ends of liberation, I think you could argue, I would see by the end of the series, Blackbeard might actually embody liberation more so than Luffy. And what the moral in that is, liberation is a neutral thing. It's not good or bad, which Luffy does embody because he always says he's not a hero. So he is on point. He is on theme. But there's the dark side of liberation where it's like, if I'm free, then I'm free to do anything. I'm free to jaywalk across the street. I'm free to steal a bag of chips. I'm free to murder a bunch of children in school. I'm free to do all things bad to petty to just the most worst thing in the world. And that's what freedom means. You're free to do whatever you want. But is that conducive to everybody in society? Is that really the good of everyone for everybody to be free to do whatever they want?
True. Very true. Great point.
I agree, and I've said that like they both embody freedom, but I would say Blackbeard's is more extreme freedom. It's more like really, really free. Like you can hurt people without any form of. Luffy's not with that. Like Luffy's like, you could do whatever you want, but I'm not. I don't want you hurting.
No moral codes.
It's more like, hey, if y'all want to go somewhere, there shouldn't be someone stopping y'all. If y'all want to be happy, be happy. Blackbeard's like, look, we doing whatever we want. If I want to sit there and kill 100 people, I can do that because I'm that free. Ragnar, I know you said you wanted to. You was going to let ELIDZ cook.
When you guys were mentioning earlier about the hippos, three stomachs and
About the what?
rocks and everything, personally, about hippos, the three stomachs and rocks and everything.
Yeah.
I personally am not I'm not person that puts my money on the rocks is on in Blackbeard theory, but I also think it's a
Oh,
pretty cool theory. I like it overall of what it stands for in the story. But I am more on the side of I think Blump have heard me say this before, where he's more like I think it's the chimera effect where Blackbeard was originally a triplet and
mm,
he absorbed his siblings and that gave him the connection to if you look into the chimera effect, you can have three different lineages, you can have three different healing factors, you can have it's so variant in how it can be, and it literally goes back to what Marco says. Blackbeard's body has always been weird. When you're a doctor, when you do simple blood samples for somebody who has experienced the chimera effect, it's very hard to do because different parts of their body might have different DNA. So
Mm-hmm.
I think
oh
Blackbeard
wow.
is literally three persons in one based on like actual our world, the chimera effect. You can Google it right now, you look into it. Twins can be absorbed into one person, triplets can be absorbed into one person. I don't think it's ever happened with quadruplets, but it has happened with triplets.
So yeah,
Wow.
I've heard that theory, the triplet theory, and that would make sense because like Blackbeard carries 3 guns, and I'm like, bro, unless you like the Zoro with guns, like how you gonna shoot the third gun? It don't make sense. Like you, unless you got
The
like
sun.
multiple arms, like more than 2 arms, then I guess that could make sense. Or he's he using his package to shoot one. Like if you ever seen if you guys ever watch Afro Samurai,
Yes, yes.
there was the character, I think he killed Afro's dad. I think he had like an extra arm or something, and that's why he was able to catch his dad off guard or something and kill him. But and I was kind of thinking of that with Blackbeard possibly something like that. But
I
I
like
mean,
that.
I
I
think the
like also
triplet
want to
theory
bring up
is
towards
valid.
what ELIDZ mentioned earlier. Sorry, you can go.
No, go ahead. I just said I think it's valid.
So I want to bring up to what Elliot said earlier. I know a lot of people don't know about this. I've brought every person I brought it up to who actually went out to the way to read it to understand why I said they should read it, which is Immanuel Kant's What is Enlightenment? It was written in the 1600s, and it's a philosopher's breakdown on what it takes for humanity to be enlightened. It talks about a council of people that will rule the world and take control over people's liberties and freedom. And then one day there will be a liberator that comes and sets the world straight. And in that liberation, there'd be a lot of chaos in just like moral values and etc. The same thing you're talking about, but back free to murder, free to steal. So the difference is the person that liberates them will have the power to say, no, this is not allowed, for I am the ruler. Example, that kind of thing. It's like a Messiah story, but it's called Immanuel Kant's What is Enlightenment. It's written in the 1600s. I guarantee you that story is the One Piece. It's not even a story. It's just a philosopher's way of breaking down how liberation happens.
Okay.
Yeah,
It sounds awesome. I'll have to check that out, honestly.
I think
Yeah,
enlightenment,
same.
and I think enlightenment, like me and ELIDZ talked about this plenty of times. I think enlightenment is
Mhm.
definitely a big piece of, like, it's kind of like awakening, right? Like
Yep.
I think like when you reach a certain level of enlightenment, you could do certain things with like hockey that most people can't do with hockey. You know, I think like we talked about being able to create devil fruits or devil fruit abilities before, just like from hockey. Like ELIDZ have said that hot or devil fruits are pretty much just a cheat code. It's like a cheat code to what hockey can achieve. So you just don't have
I can give
to
you a quote
reach that level
from a
of
video I'm
enlightenment.
working on right now. It's about Vegapunk, because he's the one that actually is like understanding devil fruits the most. basically say devil fruits are not a power source, but rather the blueprints to use a power. Rather than devil fruits being a power boost, they're really more like a loadout. You know, in like a video game, you like Call of Duty.
Yeah.
You get a loadout. It's just you get the equipment on what to do in the game. So
Yeah.
when you get a devil fruit, you're getting the schematics of how are you going to use this specific power, rather than you having the freedom to develop the power on your own, which is sort of the contradiction when you think about Luffy's power, because he's the warrior of liberation. He's supposed to be super free, but at the same time, if his powers are predefined, if he's just being something that somebody was already in the past, is that truly freedom?
Yep. True.
Yeah, I'm gonna tackle that in a future video on how I think that dilemma is what leads to Gear 6.
Well, and that's actually something that's crazy is looking into the etymology. If you look into enlightenment, one of its synonyms in Japanese is satori, which means a sudden inexpressible feeling of inner understanding or enlightenment. But it also means a Drosophila mutant that displays homosexual behavior, which basically a Drosophila thing is a fruit or a plant or a fruit fly. And I do wonder how much all that has to do with we have all these conceptions of gender and specifics and all these things, whereas trees and fruits do not have those same kind of boundaries on the imagination.
Yeah. And I will say this. I think like Mihawk, for example. I think Mihawk's eyes are like a form of enlightenment. Like I think he either gained with Mihawk, I think he either gained those eyes from a lineage factor, which maybe it's like a race of enlightened people.
Or keeping it closed as long as Zoro has.
Or he has gained enlightenment. Because every time we see a character with those eyes, like we see Eam. Eam has those same eyes. And Eam is like king of the world. Like Eam probably been around for enough years to gain such enlightenment, you know? Or like when Hakuba, like when Cavendish turns into Hakuba, like how many people have that? Like that might be a level of enlightenment, even though it might not be intentional. Like, but to have multiple personalities or be able to create another personality, I would think you have to reach a level of enlightenment.
So here's what's interesting. It'll tie into the Hakuba. So when I was trying to predict how Luffy would defeat Kaido, it started with the sun, and I was thinking it would be Gear 4th Sunman. Because I didn't think it would be Gear 5th if it doesn't incorporate Awakening. When I was thinking about it at the time, it was incorporating him embodied the sun, but without the Awakening. Then I thought about it, and once Nika, literally the week that Nika was introducing the story, that's when I went, okay, it could be Gear 5th Sun God. So eventually I made that. And I said the precursor to it would be Luffy. It would be like a recreation of Nightmare Luffy before he gets into Gear 5th. And I wasn't correct on that, but I was accurate in the sense that the title of Gear 5th introduction was in reference to the title of Nightmare Luffy.
Yes.
So it was in Oda's mind, the idea of that representing Nightmare Luffy. And Nightmare Luffy came about by shadows being put into Luffy. Right? So this form then is referenced later when he finally awakens. Well, a part of enlightenment and awakening is what's known as integrating the shadow. Integrating within yourself. It's sort of the dumbed down version of what a shadow is like your subconscious. You're in your unconscious. But it's a lot deeper than that. But we're just going to look at it like that. This idea of integrating your shadow. So with Hakuba having those eyes could possibly be a reference to enlightenment because Hakuba is the shadow of Cavendish. So it's almost like a pseudo awakening, like a kind of the way to awakening, but not the proper way in a sense.
Yes. You know, I had a very similar idea where that Shadow Luffy was Luffy in control of a bunch of shadows, essentially kind of controlling a bunch of souls. I thought the reverse would be Luffy being controlled by a bunch of souls. But we got Gear 5th instead. But I do really like that line of thinking. And honestly, it may be something right now with the Nika fruit. If he is not completely in control of his own will, and that would be a form of not being free. That he's kind of carrying out all these other entities, dreams. I think that's all very possible. All in connection to that Thriller Bark shadow guy.
All right.
I'm sorry,
I want you
cut
guys
you off,
to,
Radar.
no, I know it's all good because I was just going to bring up one paragraph, which is one of my favorite paragraphs from the entirety of Immanuel Kant's What is Enlightenment. It doesn't come close to covering what the entire thing is for, but it says enlightenment is man's emergence from self-imposed knowledge. Knowledge is the inability to use one's own understanding without another's guidance. This knowledge is self-imposed if it causes lies, not in the lack of understanding, but in indecision and lack of courage to use one's own mind without another's guidance. If you think about what devil fruits are, well, how Kaido explained it, right? It's your mind and your body coming aligned with each other, right? Literally, the knowledge is literally that. It's when you actually use not only your own guidance, but someone else's guidance along with yours to come to your own conclusion. And it's not because you don't understand your devil fruit, which is what we always see with Luffy. We're like, why hasn't he awakened? He seems to like be really good with the devil fruit. It's not that he lacked understanding of his devil fruit. It was like he lacked the courage to give himself into the devil fruit. And that's the one thing they always say about awakening, that awakening when it comes to specifically zone types, it's basically them giving into it because they take the zone fruit itself take over more when you go in awakening, like for zone specifically.
And I would say there's one more thing to factor in because you mentioned the mind and the body, but there's a third thing to factor in, the spirit. And I actually say in my video essay on awakenings, that's what's implied that he's not saying. It's this mind and the body catching up to the spirit. And the reason why I say it's the spirit is because that's what devil fruits attach to, not the mind or the body, but actually the spirit of the user.
Yes.
And it just affects the mind and the body. So when Kinemon ate his fruit, he didn't know what it was. And he thought, now he's cursed and he has spells, he has jutsus. He doesn't know about devil fruits. He doesn't know about the devil fruit encyclopedia. No one explained to him that. Yet somehow, some way, whenever he uses his power, what he ends up saying is he says fuku fuku no jutsu. He doesn't know the name of the fruit, yet he knows to say fuku fuku no jutsu. That's this idea that there could possibly be something that implements into their mind, not their conscious mind, but rather their subconscious and unconscious mind. And with their awakening is them getting in touch with that thing that's inside them that they actually already know. They already know these things. Luffy was already Nika the Sun God. Him being awakened is him getting in touch with that. That also helps explain why his gear force looked like Gear 5th. It's like on a subconscious level, he knows this about himself and his fruit, and he's just getting more and more in touch with that.
All right. So, I heard you say something about the sixth gear, and I just want to, have you ever heard the term of double awakening from anybody? Because that's my whole idea of multiple awakening.
So the way I actually phrase it is in reference to psychology. So I phrase it as unawakened, subawaken, and awaken, which is in reference to consciousness, subconscious, unconsciousness. There is subawakening, which is actually what I believe a lot of what we think is fully awakened, of what we've seen, isn't actually fully awakened. A lot of characters that we've seen are actually subawakened, meaning they're not fully there. And to me, that only makes sense because that's the idea of awakening. There's the difference between awakening and being completely enlightened. So it's like the journey, the path towards there. And who's to say where is the end point of that path? Who's to say Luffy has truly reached his peak? He said, I reached my peak, but that doesn't mean that's the end all be all, especially if he gets humbled in the future and gets defeated. Because if that's his peak, well, then what's he going to do? He should just give up if he loses, right? I do think there is more to it. So I
I
don't think it's
totally
double
agree.
awakened, but rather just the progress of awakened. It's more like if you pass a certain threshold, you can classify yourself as awakened.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if anyone here has ever drove a stick shift or a shifter. I used to have a very nice old Jeep called Big Red that had a six,
I ride a
5 gear.
motorcycle.
Okay, so you know all
Yeah.
about clutches and shifting or whatever. I think that the next form of Luffy, like a rubber eraser, is kind of a reverse or an erasing aspect of it or whatever. And that would encompass if you've taken a devil fruit, no matter how awakened or enlightened you are, you're still subject to this sea curse and you can't swim and everything. So to me, the ultimate form of awakening would be you can utilize all these powers and essentially still swim.
You know what I think the ultimate form of awakening, or at least enlightenment, is if you could like manipulate people's emotions to where you don't even have to fight them.
True. Now we're talking about Bran from Game of Thrones.
They're like, I feel as though I seen that on the show.
You say that.
Say what?
It wasn't in the show. It was mainly a book thing that's still coming. The last couple seasons of the show totally effed it up. But just to segue a little bit, I think in Game of Thrones, the big time manipulation, brand power is being able to manipulate passions, just like writing does, just like ideas do, essentially influencing someone's passions to go a certain route instead of another.
What were you saying, ELIDZ?
So it's interesting you say that, because when I was making my video essay, it's pretty long. That's why I call it an essay. And I was going to, at some point, because I want to get across this idea that the progression of hockey is what leads to the exact same thing as Devil Fruit Awakening. And I was going to make an idea of what would it look like if Sanji developed his Devil Fruit powers. And I cut it because it would have just went way too off topic and been too long. But in it, I was going to say his ultimate form, his fire, is not to increase it to the point where he's as hot as the sun, but rather his fire is just the manifestation of his passion. So rather than it becoming more hot and destructive, he would learn some way for it to become passive and defeat people not by burning them, but by rather pacifying them and making them unable to fight him.
Yeah,
I like that.
I was thinking like kind of like Naruto talk no jutsu, right? Like he could just talk people down, except at like an even more extreme level. Like matter of fact, what's her name from? She was part of Baroque work. She had to paint. Like she was able to manipulate.
It's Golden Week. Yes, she had the
Golden Week.
paint stuff.
She could literally just manipulate your emotions and just make you.
And that's something that's really crazy. Just looking at simple word, literally spellings. Words are spelled. They're spelled right. What do you cast magic with? Spells. Word spelling. It's all a reference to this pagan idea of words kind of being able to influence people's emotions and feelings with, rational thought and communication.
Yeah. Or another enlightenment could be something similar to that demon from Black Clover who just uses words to manifest things.
Yeah, big shout out to the Shonen Beat. I had the same idea a little bit before him, but all great ideas come from the same zeitgeist. It's all it's not us. It's channeling.
Yeah, but I think the ultimate would be able to manipulate emotions. Like you would just completely erase anybody's will to want to fight you.
Yep.
Like you just like, bam.
Or,
like,
no.
Don't want to fight you.
What's the big way to do that? You do that with a great story. We see all the time in One Piece these backstories, and it makes us care about these villains and everything. And I think that's literally an example of that same thing in action, is us being put under a spell, under the words, under the backstory of these characters to care about, a little bit at least about their point of view.
Because that reminds me of one of my favorite moments of, as far as like Luffy saying something, which I felt was like one of the most wisest things Luffy has ever said, was when he was training with Rayleigh, and Rayleigh was like, "Hey, what you gonna do if you fight somebody who has like, who could see into the future?" And he was just like, well, "That depends on like I get what he say. He said it depends on what kind of person they are, or
Something like that.
something like
Yeah.
that. And I'm like,
Big emu clue.
I'm like, man, like, what if he ever gains the ability just like, let's say if you had some type of trauma in the background, like in your past, he could pretty much repair that traumas and make you just not evil anymore.
Yep.
You know,
Like there's a Rick and Morty episode where there's like a guy, there's like a team that edits canon or whatever, and I think that that's very much the same thing. One of the earlier we were all talking about the Grimm fairy tales, and the oldest fairy tale that seems to be in existence is Rapunzel, and when you look through the light and all that stuff, the poneglyphs line up with bangs and hair all the time. It's even the first thing we see of Nami, and I think that this emu character, the princess locked in the castle type thing, has been laying these kind of shrouds of her hair to lead them back to saving her. And I think we'll get with Emu, a big backstory or something that really makes us understand exactly her plight and why she's trapped like a bird in a cage. Maya Angelou reference.
I'm glad you said that because I've always said I think Emu is a prisoner of,
Yes.
of her or his.
Totally.
Like I think Emu and Joy Boy were probably close, but then Emu,
I think they were twins.
Possibly had to take on that position, and
yes,
it was kind of like it was a tough
being
position to take. Because
being taxed with being taxed with keeping the world safe forever, that would be a prison in itself, a constant responsibility that you have to adhere to. And I think that she might I think it's a she, but I think that might be something that's very real, that she's kind of constantly, she's not doing these things out of badness or wickedness. She's doing these things literally because in her view, that she's the hero of her own story. Mm-hmm. In her view, this keeps the world, functioning and alive.
And think about it. Emu can't go nowhere. You're trapped in this castle because you can't. People don't know your existence, so you
literally can't be seen by anybody.
Yeah,
literally can't even contact or be seen by anybody, or else the whole charade is ruined.
Yeah. I also want to invite. I'm gonna invite 2 people, but you gotta be part of the Discord. I'm gonna invite 2 people to hop on the stream.
Totally.
I don't know how much longer we're going to stream for, because it kind of slowed down from the beginning. But for the rest of the stream, I'll invite 2 people. You must be a member of the Discord, and if anybody wants to join. But yeah.
Well, yeah, please join his Discord, because that's where you get the great chapter discussions. And honestly, we kind of message all week, whether it's about sports trash talk or One Piece stuff. It's always great.
Yeah.
I would just like to go back to what ELIDZ was saying earlier about awakening and stuff.
Yeah, go ahead. Ragnar led us awakening, boy. I
got theories behind theories. I just don't be talking about them very much. That's the truth. So
even like Sanji.
So it's like this, right? I had an original theory that Tamago is like my basis for how awakenings probably work.
You said Tamago?
So like, yeah, Tamago.
Okay.
Oh, the egg guy.
A lot of people like, yeah, the egg guy. I think it's a great devil fruit to use as the basis for my theory. And there's other people I could use, but this one is the best one. I think originally, Tamago's fruit wasn't a chicken, like it couldn't turn into a chicken. I think originally it was just an egg fruit, and somebody awakened it. Sorry, it was a yolk fruit. Somebody awakened it, and it became an egg with a hard shell.
Yeah.
And then the next user starts off in a shell, and then they awakened it, turned into a chicken. And then the next user could turn into yolk and the chicken, which is Tamago.
Yeah.
And I think that's how it works. Same thing with Mirror no Mi. I think the Mirror no Mi was literally a bird. Not a Mirror, the Phoenix Zoan fruit.
Mm-hmm.
A bird ate the Mirror no Mi, awakened and became the Phoenix. And then the Mirror no Mi still stayed a fruit, went its own direction, and then the Phoenix fruit was created. Like, I think that's how it's always been working the entire time through the entire history of devil fruits. And that's if you think about it, example, and I think that this is one of my solidifying points when it comes to it. The reason why you have so many fruits that are basically lower tier versions of other ones. Example, you have the kilo fruit, then you have the ton fruit. Like why? Probably because originally the kilo fruit was the OG that got awakened and turned into a ton fruit. And then when that person died, the ton fruit and the kilo fruit went their own ways.
To me, those devil fruits are exactly the same though. They're not even like really like how are they different? I know one is like in metric, and then the other one's like maybe US measure and stuff, but it's like they in a sense do the same freaking thing.
Well, one has a higher maximum weight.
Very
I think that's
Okay,
what I'm getting to. Like some of them are upgraded versions of the exact same fruit. Literally, a lot of the fruits that you see over there are upgraded versions of the exact same fruit. And I think that's because the original fruit.
I would say the Rush fruit is the inferior fruit to what's her name's fruit? Shinobu's fruit.
The ripe fruit?
The ripe fruit. And I would say those both are inferior versions of Joribani's devil fruit.
Okay.
Because they all have something to do with like aging.
There's actually a marine. Okay, if you know, there's actually a marine that has the ability to, I think, age you up, or is it age you down? I forgot the name of the fruit, but it's a marine specifically that has the ability to either age you up or age you down by like specifically 10 or 12 years. Like specifically that number. And then you have Bonnie who can age you up or down. And don't keep in mind the one I'm talking about can only go one direction.
Sounds like Luffy in chapter 1.
What?
Just that specific age interval sounds extremely similar to Luffy in chapter 1. Between one page, he goes from 10 years old to 18 years old, or whatever, 8 to 18, whatever.
Yeah, the fruit specifically goes up by 10 or 12 years. It's either it goes up or down. It's one direction. I don't remember which way it goes, but it only goes one direction with its aging or de-aging. And then you have Bonnie, who can go both directions, and it's connected to age as well, but there's no limit on the age that it can go. These are the specifically fruits that are just like higher tiers of the same thing. So just using that in context, by itself, right? How, like, you have to look at it like originally you have one fruit that starts off with like can go up like 12 years, and then the next fruit it awakens and can go both ways. And that's how I look at it. And then you have things like the Oanomi model Azure Dragon. That was probably originally a fishman that ate the dinosaur
the
model
Magikarp fruit.
Magikarp literally just it starts off as one thing and it keeps evolving into another thing after awakening, and that's what I think about those specifically. And there's other examples like what's the name? Give me a second. I'm trying to remember. Oh, Bill's fruit, the smell fruit, right? You have Bill's fruit, the smell fruit, and then you have Waffles, the what's it, Munch? I just think all of that stuff comes together like there's a weaker version of the exact same fruit.
The ice
and
spice
then it
fruit.
evolves after a week. Yes.
The ice spice fruit. My bad. Go ahead, continue. I just had to throw that in there.
No, it's all good. But that was basically the point.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. And that's I think that's very apparent is like that there are superior devil, and I don't know if I necessarily like saying the word superior, because like I think some fruits that could be considered inferior, they have like abilities that maybe the quote unquote superior version don't have that still makes them great. You know what I mean? So it's hard to say if they're superior. They're just different, but still in the same family, I guess you could say. You know, like I can't really think of no fruits like that at the moment, but I know I had some before. But you know, like would the light and would like Kizaru's devil fruit and Anel's devil fruit be similar? Like, which one would be the superior version? Because I would say light is more superior than electricity. Like light moves a lot faster than
And
electricity does.
I 100% agree. And I also kind of wonder about hockey, because with the infusion of hockey, Buggy would actually conceivably have the greatest devil fruit of all time. You encompass your hand in hockey, and you can attack from any range, and that would be a extremely devastating ability for
I'll say
anyone.
Robin.
Robin's no. I think Robin's kind of the sister fruit of the Gum fruit, where she could do all those things, but it's by multiplication instead of one body getting bigger. But I do wonder with those type questions, what's the counterpart to Rubber, Luffy's fruit? What's the counterpart to Buggy's fruit? And I think they're all huge things that we're going to be finding out at the end of the story.
I think Buggy's counterpart would be maybe Mr. One's devil fruit. Like being able to cut things
Well,
up.
but he doesn't need to. Buggy doesn't need to be cut to separate. He can just separate. I think that's true that it could be the cutting aspect being one thing, but I'm not even sure if we've seen the Rain God's fruits equivalent. To Buggy.
I got a question. Could Mr. One become a Black Blade?
Ooh.
Could he become a Black Blade, like say with Awakening or something? Or if
even just with hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I have this theory about the Red Sea and how Lunarians were actually made in the first place, which was that they're fallen angels that ended up underground, which is like the opposite of where they would have been, which is in the sky. Mm-hmm. So not on the ground, but in the ground, where the mantle is. And they're surrounded by heat and stone all day. So then it's sort of like there was a hockey evolution, which is a way faster version than normal evolution, where it incorporates hockey into the DNA, in the lineage, not the DNA, but the lineage. The reason I say not the DNA, because DNA is physical, while hockey is spiritual. Lineage means that it's in their species, but it's not physical. So it's like almost an inherent primordial spiritual application to that person's being. So I think that the idea of Black Blades could possibly come from Lunarians, who they were able to infuse arm and hockey into them just naturally.
Yeah.
And that's why they have that insane durability. That's why they're known as being even more durable than someone like Kaido, just inherently. Because you got to think like the Seraphims. Like King, you can understand why he's so durable. He's been a pirate for many decades. The Seraphim, they're just kids that didn't even choose how they were made, yet they have this amazing durability. They have the ability to use devil fruit powers without actually being able to eat them. It's almost like they just have this intrinsic inherent thing. Yeah. Which is almost like an enforced awakening, a forced enlightenment, that they're just able to accomplish these things that a normal person wouldn't be able to. Not even a normal Lunarian would be able to do the things that they do, which I think is the key thing of why they're even different than normal Lunarian is the eyes. Yeah. I believe that their eyes represent the 5 elements of a pentagram.
Well, technically, Mr. One is already a Black Blade, but
yes,
a melon. He's literally black and he's a blade. I mean, but no, that was just interesting.
Can I answer?
Huh? Go ahead, Ragnar.
All right. So Tori Mori 13. So the revive fruit would be the weakest of those fruit lines, or something unique. My answer to that, it would be both. It would be both of those. It would be the weakest and also unique. Because I have an entire theory around broken. I also,
the weakest to what?
Say that again.
I said
as in what I'm explaining about the awakenings going up every time somebody awakens it.
I'm saying, but what is
awakens a fruit, they'd be awakened.
What fruits is he the weakest to? Like the Rush fruit, I would say is the weakest to the Shinobus and Joribanis, but like what would that one be the weakest to?
No, there would never overall. The idea is, right, because the revive fruit, the power is okay. the theory is the revive fruit, the only for a factual known ability of the revive fruit is that it revives you. Every other associated ability that Brook has shown has never been hit up called a revive fruit ability. Example, the soul manipulation isn't exactly because of the revive fruit. I would more put that towards semi Keycon. Um, Brook traveled around in his soul form for a lot longer than he was supposed to, and that probably gave him some level of soul control. And if you heard anything about Brook's music, even before he became a soul person, he was able to manipulate music to the level where he could control souls. You can go on the wiki, it's straight up there. That is not his devil fruit, that is his music ability. He's just that good in music. Now, just like that, if you put it into
Soul
perspective,
music.
Brook's fruit is really good music. Just by that, Brook's fruit actually only revives you, and everything else he has ever accomplished is just based on Semnati. The cold of the underworld. I told you he was stuck in his soul form for a very long time. He could have just been able to tap into our energy outside of what most people can draw from. Then you think about him traveling through walls. He doesn't really have a physical body. He's just tethered to his bone body. They described it before. If the bone body gets destroyed, that's when Brook dies. That's not saying that Brook is actually a living thing, because he's not. He's a soul that's tied to an undead thing. Think about the Full Metal Alchemist brothers. How a soul was tied to the the armor. The armor wasn't the source of the power. Neither was the soul. It was just like an outside source they could pull from. That is very similar to Brook. So, soul focus. That's Brook using his music. Because if you think about when he does soul focus, he has to play the music, and that's him controlling souls and music. So that has nothing to do with
I thought that was
soul powers
Big
have no.
Mom's ability.
Yeah, that's Big Mom's ability.
No, I'm saying when he was fighting against when she was using soul focus, because he was in the room.
Okay.
Yeah, and he went into Soul King.
Yeah.
Right.
I was-
If you think about what he did was use his music and then enhance his soul. That he used music to make his soul power stronger, which is a part of what they say he could do with his music, not his devil fruit. And
Yeah.
why I bring that up is once the revive fruit revives you, it's done what it's supposed to do. What awakening do you get from that? You awaken it. What do you do? Revive a second time? No, that's useless.
Well, not only that,
I will say
but,
this. I will say
the
this though,
first
because
time
I
we
know
hear Brook-
I know ELIDZ probably got a lot to say about this, but I want to say this. When you die and come back to life, I would think that you would gain some level of enlightenment. So I think that just the fact that he died and came back to life, you would gain some level of enlightenment, and you would be on the same frequency to be able to manipulate souls. So I do think I get what you're saying, Ragnar, and I don't necessarily disagree, but I think the fact that he died, he was able to be on the same frequencies of souls. You know what I'm saying? So I think it has done more than just like the fruit itself. Yeah, it did its ability in bringing him back, but he gained something more from coming back from death, is what I'm saying.
Totally.
I completely agree with that, and that is why I said it. I think once the fruit revived him, it did its job. But what made Brooks special after he was revived? Because you have to think about it. What was the most important factor of Brooks' revival was that he couldn't find his body, right? And then he stayed in his soul form for a very long time, longer than what it's supposed to do, right? In order to find his body. And if you just think about that alone, just based on how semi-key can work, the girl that can use paintbrushes to control emotions, the woman that can use art to display like some kind of future thing, the guy that can control rope in water sevens without the little fruit, the guy that can control noodles once he eats them, like that, all that stuff is like a level where they become comfortable with something long enough, and then they get some form of control over
They got that
right?
frequency.
Brooke already had experience using his music to control the souls in the crowd. That was like in part of his description for his character. He's so good at music, he can control souls. When he became a soul himself, he could then use music to amplify and control his own soul. That's the most important part here. Brooke has never used his soul powers without actually integrating music into it. Even his sword attacks are named after musical forms. It's so tied into music. It's almost undeniable that's some music ability in comparison to a devil fruit ability.
Well, music
It's
is the way to the
literally
soul.
the first time that we see Brook attack when he attacks that spider monster in Thriller Bark. He literally uses the Bink Saki recording to lull the thing into a sense of, whatever, passiveness, and then kills it. I actually have a whole video. It's the first video I made. It's not the first one I released, but all about being. It's a whole 2-hour deep dive about Bink Saki and Brook. But I totally agree that there are frequency controllers in the world, just like in our real world Stonehenge. Stonehenge, if you go there with no sound and just the wind, you get retuned to the earth. It's a frequency conductor, and I think that Brook has been using that in various forms throughout the story, especially when he's first introduced. Specifically, how he kind of entices every single Straw Hat, just like Mont Blanc. Not Nolan, but the one that's like the story now alive. They are both a type of dream catcher where they essentially entice each crew member to go after what they want. Which for Brook, it's getting his soul back from Moria or his shadow. But I think that's all around the story. And I apologize. I have to get going. It is 6:30 my time, time for dinner or whatever. But it was great talking to everyone. Great talking to Parvision, Strawhatlucas, Cube, SeaStoneSage, ELIDZ, and Ragnar. Thank you so much for having me,
Hey,
Blumph. And
before you leave,
I'm
Adam,
looking
put
forward to the
your
next one, probably in 2 months.
probably somewhere. I do these in quarter. Like I plan to do these in quarters, so it's like sometime next quarter of the year. Like right now, we're in the second quarter of the year, so sometime
I'll tell
with
you what,
like July,
maybe
August,
we have
September, or something.
a real reverie with in quotation marks smaller creators right after the reverie in July.
But
That sounds good to me.
this is pretty much like a reverie, but without it being reverie.
Yeah, yeah. And just to shout out, I have a video on my channel about rocks kind of being a piece of garp or garp being a piece of rocks on my channel. It's the first video I've ever had that's kind of exploded. It just hit 10K views. Check that out, whatever,
Congrats.
if you have the time. And as always, love talking to everybody. Love hearing the ideas. Love getting the gears in the brain turning.
Thanks
And
for the
thank you so
artwork
much for
too.
listening to me.
Thanks for the artwork, and put the link to your channel in the chat on YouTube.
I will right now. Thank you
All
so
right.
much, Bluff, and I will talk to you guys all later. As always, like I said, ELIDZ, and I only talked to you a little bit on that one chapter review, Ragnar, but as always, great and blows my mind.
All right, I appreciate it, brother.
I want to let ELIDZ cook because everything that Ragnar talked about, I know ELIDZ probably got a response to that. So I'm
yeah, definitely all the stuff that you've been talking about.
We'll probably wrap up soon too.
I gotta ask,
guys. I don't know if you got.
Yeah, this would be a great way to wrap it up because I can tie all the stuff you guys just talked about. First, I want to ask Ragnar, have you seen my video on Devil Fruit Awakening?
No, I have not, my good sir.
I highly recommend it because I talk about a lot of this stuff and I really emphasize on the importance of the path someone goes down.
Share it in the Discord,
mentioning
and tag Ragnar so he can see it.
I got you.
You ain't gotta do it now. Just sometime today or whatever, so he could check it out.
I will. In fact, I gotta add you as a friend. But you're mentioning Brook using the music and how it's not labeled as his Devil Fruit ability. It's as if the Devil Fruit ability was only the one time. But I would suggest that perhaps him using that stuff that is his own unique attribute as a musician is a part of the Devil Fruit progression, is a part of what is his powers are meant to be. For example, Luffy in Gear 5th has that sash around him, right? But we've known since Gear 2nd, he's always been producing steam. So, like, what are the chances that even back then, before he even knew what hockey was, before he was really an experienced person, he was already on the path to getting towards Gear Fifth and the attributes, the characteristics of that. Now, with Brook being a musician and he has soul powers, you look at Big Mom, right? She has soul powers. And what was her whole arc? It was just singing after singing after singing. Her ship is called the Queen, the Mother Chanter, which means singing in French. You know, what are the chances that these two characters that just so happen to have powers over soul love music and singing? I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it's that devil fruit gravity or something. It's the idea that it draws in these types of people. And what we think is their unique things, like for example, we've all believed that Gear second, third, and fourth are just what Luffy came up with in his head. We've all thought Luffy's so creative, but now we find out that there was this person named Nika that existed that now all of a sudden Luffy looks like him in Gear 5th. It kind of takes away from Luffy a bit, which is what I was talking about earlier, the contradiction of him being the warrior of liberation. He's supposed to be an embodiment of freedom, but it's also predefined. So that's one thing, to consider the idea that even though it doesn't directly reference the revive fruit, that these things may actually still be attributes and meant to be his powers. The next thing I want to suggest, because I really like this idea of it's like almost like a devil fruit evolution chain has produced all these different devil fruits. It's nice because it's a fruit is a plant, so it's like this fruit have then produced more, and the fruit itself is supposed to be like the sexual organ of the plant. So this fruit is producing other fruits. I really like that idea. I think of something different where it's more like the people and their hockey development birth the fruit, but this idea of the fruit births other fruits, I'm really liking. And if there was any fruit that is the prime fruit that started it, I would think it would probably be the revive fruit. Because think about it. He didn't have any powers until he died, until the fruit came into effect. Now he has powers. So it's like he started from zero and then developed powers, which all devil fruits already, once you eat the fruit, you get the powers. That's the one fruit where it doesn't activate until after being eaten. And it is the revive fruit. It's reincarnation, of which we know devil fruits reincarnate. So it makes sense that this would be the prime fruit because reincarnation is literally within the idea of the fruit's powers, and then all fruits that stem from that reincarnate because of that prime fruit. And you also got to factor in if there is a devil fruit awakening. Well, a lot of what awakening and other words for awakening is stuff like rebirth. Rebirth is being alive again. And think about this. What happened to Luffy before he achieved Gear 5th? Law said his voice faded. Not his voice went down or he's hurt. He basically said Luffy died. Luffy's dead. I don't detect any life up there. And then what happens? He enters Gear 5th. It's kind of like what you think about with the revive fruit. This idea that once he died, he finally became the thing. And I have so many theories about Joy Boy and who I think he is. And I think he's a sheep mink, half Lunarian. And as a sheep, he represents the good shepherd, Jesus. And which is interesting when you think about Brook, he's someone who came back to life and not immediately, which is also they say about Jesus. He didn't revive immediately. There was some time in between he revived. And Brook can walk on water, or actually he runs on water. But also interesting, I put it in the chat. If you look, one of the very first things Usopp and Chopper does when they meet Brook is they pull out crosses.
You know, you
so there's a lot of
making a crazy. I'm gonna let you continue, but the connection you're making between Brook and Luffy is ridiculous because it's just so much connection with them. Because there was a scene when Brook was in the sky. He was like his silhouette was in the moon, kind of like Nika and stuff. I just wanted to say that, but I'll let you continue.
Yeah, all of that stuff in my videos. In fact, we haven't done a just me and you streaming in a long time. You know, you moved, so you have a different schedule. But one of these days, especially the weekend, we're gonna start doing some more streamings again, going over those videos because I talk about a lot of that stuff. In fact, I actually reference you in those videos because you're the first person to point that out to me. The Brook in front of the moon. But yeah, the Brook sheep thing. Brook is attached to a sheep because where Kuma sent him was a satanic cult, and they were worshiping a black sheep, which looked like an afro. So there's a whole ton of things where this idea of awakening and rebirth. I just wanted to tell you those things because it really set off a light bulb in my head when you said the devil fruit thing and the chain. And I would think if there's any devil fruit that started it first, my best guess would be the reviver by fruit.
That started everything.
Yeah, under that idea, that theory that there was almost like an evolutionary chain from devil fruits going on and one to the next.
Maybe that's what Nika had. The revive fruit. That's
I can
that's
see
how inherited wills was able to be possible. You know,
and you got to think about Chopper's fruit as well. You know, it's funny because he has a lot of similarities with Luffy. Think about this. Luffy's literally his crew is named after his straw hat, right? Because that means so much to him. He got it from Shanks. He got it from the person he looked up to.
Yeah.
Doesn't Chopper literally have that same exact story? Like, it's funny, a lot of people don't really point that out. Think about it. Chopper literally, he was looked up to somebody and he inherited a hat and he still has that same hat. Yeah. It's like, is Oda just not that creative, or is there a reason why they have a repeated backstory? And now that we know that they both have the human fruit, that leads credence to it. And again, that's back to my devil fruit gravity. People who have similar stories, who have similar attributes, end up having the fruit. I mean, just think about it. Luffy had a brother. That brother ate the Mare no Mi. That brother died. Who eats the next Mare no Mi? His other brother. So it's just like there's a lot of similarities, and yeah, that's basically all I had to say. I really like that theory from you, Ragnar, and I look forward to seeing how that grows.
Yeah, Ragnar, you I know you said a lot. You know, I'll let you respond if you want.
All right, so I'm not gonna try to hold y'all up on this one, but I will say this, right? I like what ELIDZ was saying about it, but I do disagree with some points. I think me and ELIDZ should talk about that someday. But one of the main points I want to talk about is all these connections with Luffy and Brook's fruit. I have had an idea about Brook being highly in, incorporated into like the idea of what Nika represents in like the things he does, the miracles he performs, and how music is his way to control, and then like his running on water, like you said. Blumpo's actually brought that up to me as well with the moon and Brook.
Yeah.
Because I talk about Usopp a lot when it comes to like all his connections to Nika.
Can I add something real quick, Ragnar, for you? Just sure. It's gonna be. I'm not gonna take too much time. I think I want to say in Haitian, like it's like a religion. I want to say either Haiti or Africa. There is a god named Joy Boy, and he's like the. I don't know if he's. I don't know if he's a god, but he's like a deity or some sort, like a spirit. He's like the spirit of like music and stuff. I have to look it up again. I'm like kind of spitting off the top of my head, but go ahead. My bad.
It's Jayabaya, and I know what you're talking about.
No, Jayabaya is a different king. He's a king from. I'm talking about it's like Haitian history, but Jayabaya is a king from Javanese culture. I know what you're talking about, but continue. My bad.
That's all good. So when it comes to like what you were saying about Brook and the revive fruit being probably connected to like the original chain or the strongest chain, I don't know much about that, but I have speculated about what Brook's awakening would be. And you mentioned reviving being the same as reincarnation, but this is why I brought up earlier. Actually, it is not the same. It is very similar, and reviving is a lower tier version of reincarnation. Now, it brings me back to the point I was saying earlier about devil fruit chains, where you have like the kilo me and the ton fruits, right? I think there's a chance that Brook's awakening could be a reincarnation. Like he just reincarnates at the end of this life. And that's why I said he would be revived the third time, which is like the dumbest ability. But it's not actually a dumb ability. I just personally think that revive fruit is a lower tier version of reincarnation, which is like far more useful. And this is not me dumping on Brook. It's just me personally saying that I don't believe most of Brook's abilities currently have almost any connection to this fruit. And like I said, ELIDZ, we can talk about this one day, anytime you're ready. But
Hey, check the chat. Check the
there
chat.
is more. Check the chat.
Yeah.
Real quick.
That's what I was. I mean, that's
Yeah.
know.
Delays. The delays key. Tori. Then. Yomi Underworld. All right. Just to be clear here, the delay is very important because he would have died from the poison that was still inside his body, so he would have just died immediately again. But that delay was enough for him to probably gain extra abilities with the ones he already had before he died. And my question towards you when you said Brook gained abilities after death is this. Could he swim before, or did he just lose the ability to swim afterwards? Because how it usually works, and me and Q talk about this, that Devil Fruit rules are kind of jumbled, specifically with Brook, because does he lose the ability to swim before or afterwards? Because based on what most people think, he gained none of the Devil Fruit abilities until afterwards. And most people, when you ask them about Devil Fruits, is you gain abilities, and in exchange, you lose the ability to swim. So if he doesn't gain any abilities and then he lost the ability to swim, technically the fruit already gave him the ability, and that is to revive.
Well, the way I look at it is like Buggy's fruit. He technically doesn't have to use his power. If he gets cut, it just happens, right? So that's what Brook. It's like he has the power to revive. He just has to die for the power to actually be in motion.
Yeah.
So that's the way I looked at that. I don't even look at it as like you get powers in exchange for swim. It's more like you get powers and you also have the curse of not being able to swim. Not that there's a tie between the two.
Yeah. But
it's interesting about I wouldn't even say it's so much him being out of his body and in spirit form that would then give him powers, and once he finally comes back to his body. But maybe it's the fact that he came back into a skeleton that makes him extra powerful, because it's mind over matter. If he were to come back into his regular body, he might just feel that he's just back to being normal, like a regular person, and can die again. But when he's a walking skeleton, there's no debate about what he is. He knows for a fact that he's a spirit inhabiting his corpse at that point.
Yeah.
So that idea of the mind being so important in Devil Fruit abilities, and how your mind, your mental, your disposition, the way you look at things affecting your powers and what you're capable of accomplishing. Like with Luffy, before he thought he was just a rubber man. Now he's probably thinking something different. And if he were to learn point blank what his Devil Fruit is, because he still is yet to really learn about that, that could also change things. Just the idea of who you are and what you are could have a huge effect on your power capabilities.
Did y'all check that link I sent in the chat? It's says, I mean, this is like some wiki. I don't, they kind of probably got their own version in, but it says Joy Boy is the Haitian god of hope and music. Joy Boy is a Haitian voodoo god of unknown origins. He is a god of hope, as he brings happiness with his music and dancing. His music is able. I guess you gotta click the link. That kind of, it seems like Joy Boy is probably closer related to Brook than he is Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's the Jayabea that Ragnar was talking about, and I know who you're talking about, because I think I did a reaction to like a theory on like Reddit about Jayabea being like the Javanese king from like 1,000 years ago, Void Century, right? It happened like 900 years from current story. I think it happened maybe around the same time that the Void Century happened in One Piece. And I mean, it's an interesting read. I would suggest anybody go look up Jayabea or Joyo Boyo. I think that's another way to say his name. interesting stuff. He was the king of an old kingdom. He predicted the downfall of the kingdom, and then it happened. And then, he made a bunch of predictions that end up coming true, according to the mythology. But yeah.
Well, again, like I can always just make these connections. And you said he seems like he could almost be more like Brook. And what's Brook's most notable attribute? Like his only attribute, since he's a skeleton, is his afro.
The afro,
right? Which comes from African, and Haitian. That stuff is derivative of African.
Africa. Yep.
A lot of it is derivative of African. They have a lot of like, I can't remember the exact name, but they have this one god that is derivative of Anansi, the spider god of storytelling. So they, I really like the Haitian because they take it and they make it.
Facts.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm saying Anansi is the goat.
Yeah, and there's like a Haitian version of it that I'm really interested in it. Yeah, I like a lot of voodoo. I like the way that they incorporate African, but it's different. They have a different, because they're so far away from their homeland, so they came up with a different version. But anyway, the Afro thing, and Julie Bonnie said that Kuma is a special person, and it's never been elaborated what it means for him to be a special person. It's not even said he's a special race. It's almost just like there's something about him that is special, even if he's just a normal person. And my theory is that it has something to do with Afros, the Afro power. And I even gave it a name of what his special people would call. I call it Afro Jin. It's a double entendre. One, Afro Jin. Jin just means people, so it just means Afro people. But it also sounds like African, Afro Jin. Yeah. And it's interesting, the two characters we know of with animal ears, you have Kuma, which then ties back to the whole Jesus thing, because he has the Bible and he wears a cross on him. And then there's Mary, who is unexplained. It's never explained why he has sheep ears, which then ties back to Jesus, because the Good Shepherd. So yeah, it's, for some reason, it just keeps coming full circle with that stuff.
Yeah.
It all ties into one another.
And when Luffy put on the afro, he felt way stronger.
Yep, and he had a skull on his chest with fire.
Yeah, but yeah, Haitian religion is probably also influenced by the French and the indigenous people of Haiti. Just to throw that in there.
Yep. And that played a big role. In fact, this again ties back to Brook, because in Thriller Bark they're fighting zombies. And the way Brook was the person who taught people how to defeat zombies, and it was to put salt in their mouth. And that actually comes from Haitian zombies, where the way to stop them is salt.
They would throw salt around the area. Facts, that's true.
So
Jamaica, they do that too.
It comes right back to it.
Yeah. Man. But yeah, I mean, y'all got more stuff to cook.
Yeah. Not exactly more, but
you want me to keep
it would make perfect sense.
All day. Well, I know you're not going to stream all day.
Yeah, I could keep on going, but I do want to help you wrap this up. But just to say one more thing about the Haiti thing of why it would make perfect sense is because they liberated themselves and took over and against Europeans.
Yeah.
And if you notice in Mary Joie, you don't see anybody with Asian sounding names, African sounding names, Arabic. It's all European names. Charlos, the Don Quixote, that's from Spain. Saint Garcia, again, Spanish. It's all European stuff. Mary Joie is French and English.
Like bourgeois.
More just French. Yeah, it's French.
Isn't it like supposed to be a copy of that? What's that big building in France? I think they kind of like, it used to be where the king was, like a big ass freaking building. I think it's supposed to be similar to that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, y'all, you guys, we could wrap this up. I know the stream kind of slowed down after, we lost everybody. So, like I said, we do plan on doing another one in a few months. I don't know what date exactly, but I do discussions like this all the time. So y'all make sure y'all subscribe. Follow me on Twitch as well, because I don't really stream on YouTube I only really stream on YouTube when I'm doing these cross guild streams. So y'all make sure y'all follow me on Twitch. All that should be in the description box on YouTube. Unless you're watching me on Twitch, then you should just be able to follow me. But yeah, make sure you guys join the Discord as well, so you could join discussions that I have like this, like almost weekly, especially after the I'm gonna be having one this Sunday. So ELIDZ, you should definitely join that one as well. Ragnar, you know you're invited. But
I'm definitely gonna be there. That's
yeah, I know you usually you've been joining all the time, so you know you're invited. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the last chapter. I know the chapter dropped. It was leaked last week, but I like waiting to the official drop. So if there's any differences in the official, we could kind of weigh the official and the leak during the discussion. So there's that as well. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for joining. Appreciate everybody else who joined. I'm gonna let you guys kind of plug yourself in if you guys want. Let's start with Ragnar. I know Ragnar. Y'all can also tell me any plans y'all got coming up in the future. So I'll let you start, Ragnar. If you want to tell anybody, follow anything.
I am omnipresent in every Discord that's involved in One Piece. You can find me in almost any VC at any random time of the day. Don't be afraid. I'm not dangerous most of the times. We can have fun.
Yes, sir. And then ELIDZ.
All right. So my most recent video was a fun one. It was just about Kid and how I think he could be a sun god, in reference to Victoria. You know, like his ship is named Victoria. And interestingly enough, Victoria is actually the Roman equivalent of Nike, which Nika is in reference to. So, you know, it sounds weird on the surface. It sounds like maybe I could just be coping for Kid. I'm not even a Kid fan, so it's definitely not that. It's just evidence. If I have evidence, I see something, I put a theory together and I release it. So I think a lot of people will be surprised about how much evidence there is towards this idea of a sun god Victoria being represented in what's his name, Kid's fruit. And what I have coming up soon is Vegapunk. I released 2 theories on Vegapunk months ago, and one of them was that Seraphims. I didn't believe Seraphims ate devil fruits. I believe that Vegapunk made it so that they intrinsically can use devil fruits without having to eat one, and that was proven correctly. So that means I have a great foundation for this theory. So part 2 is then I start talking about who is the devil that inspired Vegapunk, which I believe is Joy Boy and Nika. Even though they're sun gods, could they also be sun devils? And I have put all the proof towards that. We've already talked about it, the sheep and all that stuff. So now what's next is I have to talk about what I actually think Vegapunk put into the Seraphim that actually makes them use devil fruit powers, as well as why I think Vegapunk is using occult and spiritual information despite being a scientist, because that's one of the big things I have to do to convince people, because we know of him as a man of science. Why would he incorporate spirituality and hockey and whatnot? So that's my next theory videos explaining all of that.
Yeah, man. Well, Brook for Joy Boy, you know. I'm gonna just start that movement. Brook for Joy Boy. No, but
and you know, Pan is the satyr god. And in One Piece, the satyrs are half sheep instead of half goat, because more often than not it's goat. But in One Piece, Oda chose sheep, which was the sheep, just like when he went to the satanic cult, it was a black sheep. Panties. You know, it's a weird stretch, but it's still there. Pan, Brook is obsessed with panties. So yeah.
Well, hey, I appreciate everybody, all my guests today. I appreciate everybody in the chat for participating, for getting active in the chat. I really do appreciate you guys. If y'all rock with me or any of the guests, make sure you subscribe. Whoever you rock with, if you rock with me, definitely. I love doing discussions, y'all. I love doing discussions, and I love inviting people to my discussions. that's why I motivate you guys to join the Discord. You know, I mean, the Discord serves many purposes. If you guys want me to react to a theory that y'all like, then you know that's what the Discord is for. If you guys want to be part of my discussions, you got to be a member in order to join the VCs. Kind of like everybody here today. I'm using the Discord to do this VC right now, but and please make sure you guys subscribe. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Follow me on Twitch as well. That's where I do my streams. I usually just post edited videos on YouTube. For the people who can't sit there and watch a full-on stream. I know sometimes streams can get pretty long. People ain't got the time. That's what YouTube is for. But and follow ELIDZ as well. Make sure you guys holler at Ragnar. He's always do the Discords, participating, and go subscribe to the other guests. Anyway, y'all, next cross guild connection stream should be sometime in the next quarter of the year, sometime before what, July, August, September, one of those 3 months. One of those 3 months.
Ooh, Blump.
What's up?
Blump, can I make some predictions for by the next cross guild? What could happen?
Okay.
By the next cross guild, Dolphy will be out of settled down. Usopp would have become a brave warrior of the sea. Nami will finally find out her lineage, and Zoro would have blackened his blade. There it is.
All right, y'all heard it here first, y'all. Anyway, it's your boy Sean P, the Bluff God, ELIDZ Ragnar. Y'all have a good day. I'm out of here. Peace.